Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to EFSA's conference. The session is about to start. We kindly invite you to take a seat in the room and to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Our staff are at your disposal for any assistance you might need. If you need support, please report to the information desk. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to EFSA's conference. The session is about to start. We kindly invite you to take a seat in the room and to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. Our staff are at your disposal for any assistance you might need. If you need support, please report to the information desk. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the second Risk Assessment Research Assembly, or RARA, which is much easier to say. Welcome to all of you who are joining us remotely and all of you who have made it to Berlin. That's the risk assessors, the risk managers, the funders, the scientists, the researchers, the policymakers. The list just goes on and on. My name is Claire Doul, and I'm your moderator. And I'm really pleased that we're meeting here together in person. It makes such a difference. And it's also going to be very, very good for the networking, which you'll be pleased to know is one of the objectives of this assembly. There are, however, two other objectives. One is how food safety research can really support the Sustainable Development Goals and the EU Green Deal, and how we're going to align food safety research and innovation at European and national level. So you will see that there's a hashtag RARA22. This is very useful because this is going to be good for the Slido, which will take you through. I'm sure you're very familiar with a test later on, but it's the same hashtag that you can use for Twitter posts and LinkedIn posts. The plenary sessions are going to be recorded. And please do, therefore, silence your mobile. But with no further ado, it's really my pleasure to give the floor first to the Executive Director of the European Food Safety Authority, Bernhard Uhl. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And a good morning also from my side. My name is Bernhard Uhl, and as said, I'm the Executive Director of EFSA, the European Food Safety Authority, and it's a pleasure for me, a real pleasure for me to welcome you here in person. And as already was said, this is one of the main objectives also of RARA, to meet in person, to talk to one another, to test whether we can trust, and if we can trust, maybe we can work together and do something together, which is, so to speak, the main aim of this event. Why are we doing that? I mean, what we, EFSA, what our core business is risk assessment and scientific advice and communication about that. So in a way, we are bridging the gap between research and policy making. I mean, risk assessment, in a way, is a bridge between research and policy making. And our science, so to speak, is a different science. It's not hypothesis-driven science, as in research is. It's mandate-driven science. It's questions posed to us by the risk managers, which we then have to answer under certain time constraint, under certain resource constraint, and with uncertainty. And still we have to come to an opinion and an advice that we give to the risk managers. And all this happens in a, I would say, in a quite, well, challenging and difficult environment of how can we bridge, how can we link food safety, food security, and sustainability? So how can our food safety advice contribute to balanced nutrition and sustainable food systems? That's one of the challenges we have as EFSA, and all this in a world of social media, of polarization, of sometimes lack of trust in science and in evidence. So I would say the context is an interesting one, and it's, as you might know, not the first time that we organized this risk assessment research assembly. We had one in 2018, and this one was planned for 2020, but then things happened and it was postponed for 2 years. And we thought also, could we virtualize it and make it as a virtual conference, but no, this would have gone against one of the main aims of the conference, which is also networking. But already in 2018, the outcome of the conference, the RARA at that time, was that food safety cannot be taken as a given. We have to be careful. It has to go together with food security. And we came also to this trias of communication, coordination, and collaboration. And this work led EFSA then also to the conference we had in June of this year in Brussels, the One Conference, where we were putting a lot of focus on the One Health paradigm, on the One Health approach. That can be a stepping stone from food safety to balanced nutrition towards sustainable food systems. And what we are saying there, what we were saying there, actually you could say nothing new, is that transdisciplinary work is so important. And you could say now it's a no-brainer, because everybody knows it, that transdisciplinary work is needed, but we don't do it. Because science, in a way, is anti-transdisciplinary. No? We are digging deeper and deeper on ever smaller pieces of knowledge. We are producing bricks of evidence and knowledge, but what I really miss is the science of integration and the science of sense-making. And risk assessment, in a way, is sort of trying to make sense out of evidence that is produced by scientific research. So what we want to achieve with this RARA is to make sure that food safety research supports the transformation of the European agri-food system towards a sustainable food system. And there we have European policies, as you know, the European Green Deal, the Farm to Fork strategy, but also the United Nations SDGs. And we also want to secure alignment of investments. So if there are investments in research, we should make sure that the European level, the national level, and the regional level are aligned in how these investments are done. And finally, it's also about networking, as we say, as I said already before. So what we think, where we as agencies on a European level, but also on the national level, can contribute to this endeavor and create value, is on different points of the value chain of knowledge production. I think we can do it upstream, wide upstream, by informing research agendas, by having a say also when program calls are designed, so that the design of the calls and the programs for research are also useful then for regulatory science. We can do it midstream when research is performed, executed, as we are members of advisory boards. And I think also very important, we can influence how outcomes of research are reported. Because then it's about data interoperability. It's about the usability of data, the outcome of research, which would help us in regulatory science a lot if data would be reported in a certain way so that it can be, for example, read by machines and used also for our business. And then downstream, after research has been done, obviously we are customers of this research. We utilize research outcomes for policy advice, and we also collate input for the next research agenda. So altogether, I think it could be a virtuous cycle of enforcement between risk assessment, research, and policy making. What happens today, or what should happen today, is a morning with this opening session. Then we have a round table, we will have a coffee break, there will be keynote speeches and a panel discussion. Then we have a lunch break, network time also, taking food also. I mean, we are talking about food, so food is important in our life, and I think also in your life. And then in the afternoon, we have 3 parallel sessions about programming, about preparedness, about prioritization. Then there will be a short plenary wrap-up session, and then in the evening, again, a networking buffet. It's a long day. I hope it will be a fruitful day also. And what we expect from today is also to broaden this concept of being a knowledge broker between science and policy, and between EU and national food safety agencies, but also to widen the perspective to these One Health dimensions, and again to explore how can food safety support the transition to sustainable food systems. So what we want to do also today is being a bridge between science and policy. Okay, I think we can tick this box, hopefully. A bridge between the European and the national level. A bridge between EU and national research funding. And last but not least, a bridge between different scientific disciplines. So moving beyond traditional food safety and towards food system view. And for that, I think we need really this science of integration and the science and the wisdom of sense-making. I think sense-making is a key term when it comes to the future of our business. How can we make scientific advice, first of all, that can be combined with other advice so that it's no longer about risks in the food system, but that policymakers are in a position to look at risks, benefits, socioeconomic impacts. The question is, who has the risks, who has the benefits? What if we would use herbicides or no herbicides in European agriculture, for example? So to answer these questions, we need more than just particular food safety assessments. We need food safety assessments that can be combined with other assessments to a more holistic policy advice for making better decisions for our European citizens. So that's the aim. It's ambitious, but we have so many bright people in the room, so we should be successful today, I hope.
It's now my pleasure to welcome our host. Berlin, as we know, is this fantastic, vibrant city, and I am very, very pleased to now ask Andreas Hensel from the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment to say a few words to us.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. It's always difficult to talk after Bernhard because he is a son of a diplomat, and that means, you know, everything has been said already. But anyhow, as a representative of the host nation Germany, of this great event, a warm welcome in this machine room of the center of Berlin, Conference Center. It's quite an impressive place here, just opposite of the French embassy and just nearby the American US embassy, and many others. The Russian are not far, so the British, so you can feel safe. Yeah, somehow. Ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues, I'm delighted to see so many dear friends, very dear friends and colleagues represented here in person, in spite of all side issues like the pandemic and such things. And it's really wonderful to see you here physically, and people who know me, I like it to be present analog. I'm an old-fashioned white man, which means, yes, I like people. And it's good to see you here. Bernhard has explained very well the aims of RARA and the idea behind it. Even I could not have done it better. As an amendment, I would like to take a short look at who the people are that are meant to achieve all this. First of all, of course, the audience, not only here, but also in the eternity of the internet. Please get actively involved, especially so in the 3 parallel afternoon sessions that Bernhard already briefly mentioned. Without your critical questions and your valuable ideas, RARA cannot get off the ground. Secondly, we have a whole range of impressive and high-level experts from all over Europe. Several of them represent member state agencies that are very close cooperation partners of my institute, the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment, which also has a new logo because we are also 20 years old, and I didn't have the chance to present ours and the idea behind. But if you have a corporate identity, it's also have pressure on your co-workers because you have to understand the idea behind the logo. It was quite well impressive that EFSA now is more modern than before. Many colors, 12 colors, good. We only have 7. Okay. I think the member state agencies, also the representative, are here, where we have a lot of cooperation. Christine Ellemann from Denmark. I have seen Pamela Byrne from Ireland. And from EFSA, it's Carlos de Neves, Steph Bronze, and many others, and of course you, Bernhard. I will tell you a secret because we are entre nous, so I know Bernhard for a very long time, when he was not famous and not a very important person. But he was always a nice guy, and he was always concentrated on science, so that. But he's specialist in milk hygiene. So whenever you have a milk problem, contact him. Yes. From France, we have Mathieu Schuller. From Spain, I've seen Anna Canales, which is great. From Belgium, Hein Immebrechts, and from the Netherlands, Bob van der Water. Just to mention a few very familiar names that I have noticed on the first glimpse. So let me give you some very short thoughts about the RARA from our national, that means German perspective. A strong focus on RARA is on contributions of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and to the Green Deal of the EU. It may come as a bit of surprise that in my country this topic is currently discussed in great detail by the industry. Companies, for example, for cosmetics, perfumery, and detergents, takes an interest in sustainability. So also do trade unions from the chemical industry. So it's not necessarily only science that has to push this issue ahead. The political arena is active too. For example, the German Ministry of Food and Agriculture, so the BMAL, which hold a global forum of food agriculture from the January 18 to the 20th next year. This is back-to-back with the annual Green Week Fair, which is the world's largest agricultural and horticultural fair in this kind, held here in Berlin. The Global Forum will comprise 17 panel discussions on site in Berlin that are oriented along 4 lead questions, and that also brings me back to our issues. How do we create resilient food systems, not only safety but also security? Yes. How do we create climate-compatible food systems, one of the challenging aspects of the future? How do we preserve the biological diversity? It's a part of the whole story. And how we can cooperate better for sustainable and global food systems. So our Congress today is also part of this discussion. So our ministry plans all this with the United Nations SDG number 2 in mind, which is zero hunger. So we have 800 million people on this world affected by starvation. And not only since the constant stream of migrants across the Mediterranean do we Europeans know that this hunger crisis is not far away somewhere and other continents, but the problem literally lies on our own doorstep. So when people are hungry, you know, they don't see frontiers. Therefore, please join us at the Global Forum in January. Simply, you contact the BFR. When I browsed through the agenda for today, I was especially intrigued by the session number 2 on science policy. It actually says EFSA science policy, but maybe it's worthwhile taking a broader look at European science policy function. Again, here a short interjection from the president of a German government authority. In this country, we are currently in a hot debate about the Commission's process on its chemical strategy for sustainability, short CSS. Well, you may wonder why I bring it up here, but since we may appear to be a topic rather for ECHA, not for ECHA, but as you probably know, we are really fighting at the BFR for the concept one assessment, one substance, so that you know you will find substances in both fields. So please do not forget about the important role that EFSA plays in the regulatory process for pesticides and plant protection products. And the Commission's strategy will, once concluded, also severely impact EFSA's work, and that means all of us. Members of the relevant EU committees keep telling me that this ship has already sailed, and this is no use crying over spilled milk, but nonetheless, I'm not convinced. I appeal to all of you to very carefully analyze what the chemical strategy means of your country. And when implemented, who will have to bear with responsibilities? Because there's a lot of science behind on one side, but if all these regulations will come, you know, we have to have a discussion about sustainability in the chemical system. And what is left, you know, what kind of science is left. So I'm telling you this because the BFR is also responsible for chemicals. So that is one part, a holistic view on this field. Of course, we are always interested in bilateral and multilateral discussion on this issue, so we are all invited, you know, to keep in mind that you have both fields. I will remember the first event of this format, the RARA in 2018, it was before the pandemic, which has a lasting impact and was really much talked about in the years that followed. So it's amazing that EFSA succeeded in organizing such a huge assembly as today, quite shortly, only a few months after the famous conference in Brussels in June of this year. Sincerely impressed, I can only congratulate you, Bernhard, and your team on this exceptional double strike. So I'm certain that our meeting today will start numerous collaborative research projects in the coming years. And I wish you all a fruitful workshop with your colleagues and take the chance and to talk to each other. Networking is a new word for this, maybe at the evening. Yes, yesterday we had a networking. Believe me, I can't even remember. With this, I give the stage to the messages from DG Santé and from DG Research. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. And as he said, we're now going to hear from representatives from the European Commission. We have 2 video messages. First of all, from Sandra Galina, Director General for Health and Food Safety at DG Santé.
Colleagues, friends, my thanks to the European Food Safety Authority for inviting me to speak to you at the second Risk Assessment Research Assembly, What an important name. And, you know, my thanks go especially to Andreas Hensel and the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment for hosting this vital event in Berlin. Thank you. I am very, very sorry not to be there. My agenda is quite difficult, you know, at this moment, but I know that it will be a great opportunity for all of you to discuss face-to-face the pressing issues that we have around us. EFSA is the EU's cornerstone for sound scientific advice for policy making. I want to say that at the beginning. Its advice is very valuable because it helps formulate and implement policies that protect consumers, animals, plants, and in some cases the broader environment around the food system. Now, the advice of EFSA is robust because it relies on the strength of the available science, the data, methodologies, and the expertise. Underpinning all the EFSA work are, you know, the best that we can imagine. All of which goes to show that without research also and without innovation to address the needs and provide a sound scientific basis for our policy decisions, we would fall short of our mission to deliver safe food for consumers in the European Union and worldwide. We need research and innovation. I want to stress this. We need also sound scientific advice like never before. I say that because the food system is facing many challenges that threaten its social, environmental, but also its economic sustainability. And this is why science is important. We cannot decide without science. The EFSA-led conference on One Health, Environment and Society earlier this year, which I attended, reminded us all that the food we eat, our health and the environment are completely interlinked. For me, the main takeaways of that conference were, you know, basically three messages that go about the opportunities available to the scientific community when addressing the food system challenges. The first message is that, you know, if we boost collaboration among different disciplines, we succeed in overcoming the silo mentality, which is, you know, very poor. We can take a system-based approach and we can foster, I would say, a much better impact of research and innovation in the food system if we abandon that sort of compartmentalization. Second, we need to address food systems as a broad system, you know, and face their challenges, drawing on technological developments, of course, but also investing in research and innovation in social and economic developments. I want to stress this, because technological, social, and economic developments all play a role, you know, in making the food system much more resilient, much more sustainable, you know, but also guaranteeing its safety. We have safe food. We now go towards sustainable food. The third message is about communication. We need to communicate better the results of our work. We need to communicate to all the actors of the food system, farmers, consumers. You know, we need to encourage all citizens to trust the strength and the reliability of science for policy making. Listen, friends, I hope you will keep all these messages in mind when you will be discussing these days. I wish you really very fruitful proceedings, but I would like really to have good results on how EU research and innovation can best support EFSA and member states in their work to achieve sustainability in the food systems. You know, ultimately, the support that you give will guarantee the safety and the sustainability of the food system. It will help keep us safe, but keep also our approach sustainable for the future generations. This is why I thank you for the good work you will do today. Thank you.
Sandra making a very passionate case for food research and saying that with all of the challenges that the food system is facing at the moment, we need good scientific advice like never before. Joanna Drake, Deputy Director General at the Research and Innovation DG at the European Commission, has also recorded a video message for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the European Food Safety Authority's Executive Director, Bernhard Oehl, for inviting me to address you today. I am Joanna Drake, and I am the Deputy Director General at DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission. First of all, let me start saying that food safety research must help us deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, better known as SDGs, and the ambitions of the European Green Deal, in particular its farm to fork strategy. Evidence-based policymaking is the process by which governments and European institutions make good use of scientific knowledge and translate their political vision into programs and actions to deliver outcomes for society. The institutional science for policy ecosystem with the European Commission is quite rich, including the work done by our DG Research and Innovation, and also the DG on Joint Research Centre, and also the so-called scientific advice mechanism. We furthermore make use of the ad hoc expertise when needed, as well as our Horizon Europe Framework Programme for Research and Innovation. We also work closely with Member States via the European Science Advisors Forum, better known as ESAF, and more relevant to food systems with the Standing Committee for Agricultural Research, SCAR, where food systems and the bioeconomy transitions are facilitated. Altogether, we form a flexible science for policy ecosystem that organically adapts to the needs and challenges and contributes to the better regulation agenda. In fact, we recently released a staff working document entitled Supporting and Connecting Policymaking in the Member States with Scientific Research. This sets out guiding principles and good practices to inspire further debate. EFSA and its wider risk assessment community already make up an important network of networks and have a key role to play in the science policy interface needed to support sustainable, healthy, and resilient food systems. Food safety, however, can no longer operate in isolation, but rather should be part of a more holistic One Health dimension, connecting land and sea, food and feed production to consumption, human health, environment, and climate. The impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the evolving geopolitical conflicts around food security, and the rapidly changing climate that brought widespread droughts this summer reveal that our food systems are under immense pressure. All these challenges must be considered to anticipate how food safety will be affected and how food safety can contribute to enhancing resilience and sustainability at all levels, from local to global, in Europe and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this has helped provide some very initial food for thought on how to further enhance synergies and cooperation between all the stakeholders and the respective agencies to strengthen our science policy interfaces in the EU to support sustainable, safe, and healthy food systems. For the future, further advancement in food safety is needed to ensure preparedness for the challenges ahead. We need your knowledge and your engagement to develop the food safety systems fit for the future. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Joanna. Now we're going to be moving to our first panel, but before we do, just a quick test on Slido, because we really want you to ask questions. And of course, a mic can also come around the room, but Slido, I think, bridges, and bridge is the theme of this, the remote audience and also the audience here in Berlin. So, if you could get your mobile phones out and go to slido.com, and you will see that there is a QR code, or put the hashtag in, and you will see that there is a question. In which country are you working? So we'll see which country, which European country, or perhaps outside most of you are from. Always good to know in communications who your audience is and who you're talking to. And I'm hoping that as you put in the country, we'll have a big word cloud that will miraculously appear on the screen. From my panel, I know that there's a very strong Irish contingent. I would imagine that there is a strong German contingent, possibly Dutch. I met one other lone Brit who'd been allowed out of the country. So I also have Swiss nationality. Let's see whether we're going to get that word cloud up. I love technology until it doesn't work. They're asked at the same time. Thanks, Steph. Because the other one was, in which research project or networks are you active? So there's 2 for the price of 1 here. Okay. So once you've done that, if we can see it on the screen, I'm reassured. Otherwise, you'll have survey fatigue and think, we fill these things in and they never use our answers. So Steph is just checking whether we can see that. You've done it, Bernard. Well done. It's actually the questions for the panel that this is really important for. I think the old-fashioned ways are sometimes the best, where everybody just raises their hand. Steph, if I don't get this, because I'm very, very impatient, and it's the Swiss side of me, yeah, it says move on. You have it. You know what it is, it's just I don't see it. Right, okay. I think that we are going, hold on. You see, I'm too impatient. That's the trouble with being a former journalist. Hey, Italy. Italy wins, followed by Germany and Greece. I can see it's not on here, but it is on here. There's an amazing range from North Macedonia, Lithuania, the Gambia, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Fantastic. Switzerland even. Amazing. Good. Thank you. It is truly European and international. Let's go to the next question. Yep, thank you. It's behind you. It's like a Christmas pantomime. There we are, EU Fora Alumni. Well done, you've come in numbers. Park. We are going to hear from Mathieu Schuler about Park later. The Partnership for the Assessment of Risks from Chemicals. So well done, all of those people who have come from all of these different fora. It's really a network of networks. There we are, and we're going to hear also about the OHEJP in a moment. It is spaghetti soup with all those acronyms. Okay, lovely. Fun is over. Thank you very much for making that work. We're now going to look at the panel. And it is about how the food safety regulatory research community can support this transition to sustainable food systems. And we heard from Andreas Hensel about how Germany, like many countries, is really looking at how do we balance feeding the world, food security, and also meeting all of these climate targets. And we know that our food system is currently not sustainable. It's also at risk of climate change and conflict, and that the agricultural production is really negatively impacting the environment. So how can this community support the transition and meet all of these SDG and EU Green Deal targets? Well, we've got some very distinguished food safety experts, and they're going to be sharing their ideas on how to support this transition, where the gaps are, and how to improve this science policy society interface. So I'm going to introduce them very briefly. They've got long bios, as everybody in the room has, but I'm just doing the top line. So, international perspective, please, Dr. Marcus Lipp, who heads up the FAO's food safety work, please come and join me on stage. European perspective, Tom Arnold, Ireland's Special Envoy for Food Systems, and Tom chaired the high-level expert group that advised the European Commission on strengthening this science policy interface. Christine Nellerman, also a member of that high-level group, and since 2014, Christine has been the head of the National Food Institute in Denmark. Staying in Denmark, I didn't see Denmark come up so largely on that word cloud, but it is definitely represented on this panel. We have Dr. Pekka Jokelainen, who leads the Secretariat for Infectious Disease Preparedness at Statens Serum Institute in Copenhagen, and is a member of that acronym that I mentioned, the project management team of One Health European Joint Programme. We're going to be hearing more about that. Welcome, everybody. I hope you have a microphone. Does everybody have a microphone? Yes, there's another microphone here. If Tom needs a microphone, Pekka. Okay, brilliant. We're all set then. I'm aware of time, so we're going to start with a quick-fire round, which is, of course, a challenge with experts. I'm literally going to ask them for a couple of sentences. Tom, let's begin with you. Why do we need to make the transition, and what approach do we need to take?
Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that, 10 years ago, we weren't talking about food systems. We were talking about agricultural, and environmental, et cetera, et cetera. But gradually, over the last number of years, we've begun to see that at the heart of food systems is interconnectedness with other sectors. And then we began to talk about sustainable food systems I would say, only about 5 or 6 years ago. And I think a hugely important moment was when the UN Secretary General said that sustainable food systems were at the heart of the achievement of the SDGs. And we've heard that again from Bernard, from Andrea, and from Joanna. So that's now, and that was the basis why the Secretary General called the Food System Summit, which took place last year. And so now, if you like, there's a general global consensus that sustainable food systems is a work that we all need to be involved in. Now, we also have to completely understand that each country that's looking at its sustainable food systems will do it somewhat differently. Everyone has their own realities, their own history of food. And so, for example, in the Irish case, the process for which I chaired, the focus really went to what were the links between the agri-food policy and environmental and climate policy, the agri-food policy and nutrition and health policy. And where within those set of issues would we look for the synergies and where we had to make difficult choices in terms of trade-offs. So that's, if you like, I think at the heart of what. And just a final word on food safety. I was taken by Bernard's introduction, and he talked about the importance of integration and putting the bricks in the wall. I see food safety as, if you like, almost a foundational brick in any integrated wall for sustainable food systems.
Thank you very, very much, Tom. Yes, we heard from Joanna. She was mentioning that food safety needs to take a One Health approach. Now, that's all very conceptual. In a couple of words, concretely, what is this? speaker.
So One Health, I would say, is actually a way of thinking. So it is a way of understanding and embracing those links and those connections. So to simply say, I mean, it's understanding that the health of us humans and the health of other animals and the health of our shared environments, they are interconnected and further connected to other dimensions. And I think food is just one of those links. It's actually a very central concept in the whole network of this interconnectedness.
Thank you. So food safety is a brick, it's a foundation. Christine, so we can't have a sustainable food system, I assume, without including food safety?
No, sustainable food needs to be safe and it needs to be nutritious, right? So we could make the green transition and actually decrease our level of food safety, like circulating a lot of chemical pollutants in our food packaging, migrating into food. We could turn into eating only plant-based food, but maybe only soy products, then it's not healthy, then it's maybe not sustainable either, right? So we need to take it into account, all of them. But food is not sustainable if it's not safe and if it's not nutritious. It's actually not food, as Bernard Uhl would say.
So, Marcus, the international perspective, we've had this European perspective. For the lower middle income countries, are there any trade-offs for food safety?
Thank you. I mean, if life wasn't difficult enough already from what we heard, with we need to have a food system, we need to have One Health, we need sustainable food, we need food security, we need safe food, and then we need to do this all, whether it's a high-income country or a region with mostly high-income countries like Europe, or whether we are talking about low and middle-income countries where resources are way more limited, where institutions are not as strongly developed, where networks are not there, and where the approaches must be then adequate and commensurable with the resources available. They too need to progress, these countries. And let us not forget, there is a low and middle income strata in all countries where people that are economically disadvantaged may face hunger when food prices go up. So it's not just in faraway countries. So these are the complexities that we have to deal with, the economic health, if you want, that comes on top of what all the other speakers mentioned. Now, one aspect that I want to leave you with, we may explore it a little bit longer, is food sustainability, food security are all continuous functions. Food safety we treat as binary. It's safe or it's not safe. That makes it a non-negotiable issue, and that doesn't integrate well in systems thinking. And so from that perspective, with that philosophy that we as food safety people often do, we block systems thinking. I'm not sure where we have the solution, but I think it would be worthwhile exploring that. Thank you.
Interesting. I saw Tom look at you when you said that it was binary. Tom, do you want to respond? Please feel free, all of the speakers, to respond to what any of the other speakers say.
No, I completely agree. I mean, I think it is completely non-negotiable. Food safety, I think, has to be the foundation stone of anything. And then you get on with all the other issues. I mean, I think sustainable food systems brings into the frame of reference that it has to be both economically, environmentally, and socially sustainable. That brings you into a whole other range of debates, of trade-offs. But underpinning that, I think, has to be that food safety is there, and I would see it as a foundation stone.
Christine.
Of course, I'm happy to hear this, and it is complex, right? We have food security, we have food production, food safety, food waste, and food loss, health, actually, and nutrition, health going the wrong way, more hunger, more obesity. So it's quite complex, but we shouldn't freeze in light of this complexity. We should actually use the science, right? Use that we can go in, we can model life cycle analysis of food, we can go in and model nutrition, and how to actually make a sustainable diet in the local culture you have. So actually doing this as part of it. We can go into food loss and the food production using side streams. There are so many areas we could go in, but always remember food safety and nutrition, of course, health.
So if we look at the RARA community, of which risk assessors are part, like yourself, I mean, how advanced for you are you in this transition from food safety to sustainable food systems? What have you done differently and what still needs to be done?
As risk assessors and as scientists, we have been doing a lot, and it's actually very challenging, but also very enlightening and engaging. So we have worked on the sustainable food, sustainable diets. The Danish agency then went out with some new dietary guidelines into sustainable diets. We have been working on the food production, new technologies, less use of energy, less use of water. Extremely lots of water is used in the food production. So that we have worked on from a technological aspect. And then to model both risks and benefits, for example. To do this, how do you risk rank? How can you actually say it's not only binary, but how can you go into a discussion where we can actually measure both sustainability and risks and benefits? And it's not easy, but here science is really needed and modeling is really needed. So I think we have actually done a lot, and we should not, I'm a little bit afraid that we freeze in front of this complexity and the huge challenges, but we don't need to do that. And then we made actually, to say that, a master education in safe and sustainable food production. So professionals from international countries can come and get modules or a whole education in how to make sustainable food production and safe food production, right? So that's just what we have been doing from DTU and from Danish side. But I know many initiatives are going on, but we need to work together on these huge challenges.
And this, I think, was what Bernhard was saying about the need to combine risk and sustainability assessments. And you are doing a lot. What needs to happen? Because I think there was something else I wrote down about the fact that it has to be transdisciplinary, but science can often be the antithesis of transdisciplinary. So this is all about silos, isn't it, Christine? How do we break out of those?
Yes. And actually, I met that also in your expert group, Tom Arnold, where we had social scientists, we had gender scientists, we had a lot of other scientists. And in the beginning, I was a little bit, this is complex enough when I only take the natural sciences and life sciences and go from that angle. When we then bring in SSH, social sciences, humanities, it gets way more complex. But in actual, to get there, we need the society, we need to have that included in the science policy interfaces. But you're right, it's challenging, it's other languages, but I think it's very inspiring and it's actually led me to new encounters.
Pika wanted to pick up, and in fact, One Health, this is an example of breaking down silos.
This is an example, yes. Totally. I would actually challenge the word transdisciplinary. Maybe it's more like multidisciplinary, where we are together, it's not like across. And are we going towards like a post-disciplinary? That they would be the new generation of people who actually are like more able to address this from the start. But I think overall this working across the silos or breaking them, it's a lot about curiosity and understanding that there's a problem or challenge. We do need each other to address that, and we need to be humble. It's always, there are so many things we don't know, and like you mentioned, different languages in the different field almost. So that we need to approach it with being humble.
Before we get on to One Health, Marcus, you just said you wanted to say something.
Maybe just a quick comment to that. I'm much in agreement with what was said by Bernard, that yeah, we all do deep dives and we dig deeper and deeper holes with science and learn more and more things, which is absolutely important. That's how progress is made. That's what we need to do. But what we not learn, or insufficiently, and what actually very few of us are paid for, is collaboration and cooperation. It's very hard to quantify, so it typically doesn't make it in any performance goals. And what we do not have is a common language. How do we make trade-off decisions between food sustainability and food security? How much gains in food security would you be willing to make to have some negative impact on sustainability, or vice versa? Or add food safety to that? How much can you lower food safety to increase food sustainability? We don't have the language for that. I would postulate that at least. We do not have any quantitative comparators or a conceptual comparators for that. And that is something which would enable transdisciplinary work, collaboration, and cooperation.
Christine, and then we'll have a look at the One Health approach.
Just a short comment. I definitely follow you. I just think that's why we are where we are today, right? Because then food security and food safety as well has been on top, and sustainability and the planet and climate we haven't thought about that, right? So right now we are just using all our effort to produce food and low cost food, and on the sake and the of the planet, right, and the climate.
So lots of ideas that you can hear, so please do use the slido.com for your questions, because we will be going to your questions either on Slido or in the room. But let's get back to a good example of breaking down these silos, because you've been involved in this One Health European joint programme. So how's it breaking down the silos?
Indeed, I think that's, I'm of course biased because I'm heavily involved, but I think it's a good example of a European way of doing that transdisciplinary work and cross-sectoral work. So it is 5 years, 9 months of working together with focus on research, kind of gap-based research, that's also the science to policy interface there, and integrative activities across Europe, 44 partners. And this includes public institutes in the fields of public health, animal health, and food safety. And really also is linking not only the institutes, but also their line ministries. So that goes to that level. And of course, at the project and activity level, there is really this transdisciplinary, because the researchers of smaller fields are working together. And further, also a lot of work with and collaboration with stakeholders, including EU agencies like EFSA.
Can you share then any of those, the research on the gaps that you found, or has your research, what impacts has your research had?
Well, the program is coming to the end next year in September, and I would actually invite everybody to our stakeholder conference next summer, where we will then share really the final outcomes. But
so there's no sneak preview.
Oh, there's so many. so indeed, already now we can see impact at both national and European level. So I would say at the national level, how many of the approaches have been really taken into use. Of course, it's about building the network and the trust and collaboration among institutes and researchers. And I would also say, like, it's been really useful and interesting to bring the stakeholders on the same table, so the European agencies across the fields, and discuss with them during these projects. So I think it's not so that it comes to outcomes and that comes in the end. It's all the time we are building it together.
You say that it's coming to an end in 2023. Isn't that
Yes.
a bit of a missed opportunity, as everything has to be One Health now?
That's a good question. Unfortunately, right now there is no funding directly to continue as it is, but of course the network continues, and of course the collaboration continues, and it's actually building on a previous network, MedvedNet Association, and that continues, for example. But yeah, would be wonderful to have a direct funding for this.
Absolutely. Message made loud and clear. Marcus, very briefly, One Health in the low and middle income countries, what does that look like?
Oh, well, it depends very much on the national context, because while we're always saying low and middle income countries, there is a huge number of countries and they're very diverse. So One Health is a very critical topic within the United Nations and within FAO and all of our partner organizations. There's the quadripartite, which does animal health, human health, FAO, and the environment. All of them are there. And we operate a fairly large program. So One Health can actually translate very easily to low and middle income countries. And FAO does farmer field schools, for example, where very basic hygiene measures in terms of a foot bath before you enter an animal pen and come out, so that any kind of microbes are not transmitted easily. And to teach that has demonstrable and very visible effects to farmers, so the adoption rates are relatively high, and that's easy to do. One Health can also lead on the international scale to very interesting discussions when we have to talk about growth promoters and how do different countries react to growth promoters. And then there is a complete deadlock. So within the region, it's always easy. Within Europe, it's easy. But Europe doesn't acknowledge growth promoter as a veterinary medicine indication. Other countries disagree with that approach and would like to do something. And then we are at a deadlock. What is One Health? And how do we make these trade-off decisions? And when and how can we make progress? That's a very difficult process. I don't think we have a solution yet, but it's a very interesting process because it's happening as we speak. It's today where we have to make certain trade-off decisions and where we have to collectively learn how to make them. It's difficult enough within Europe. I know you all work somewhere close to governmental settings, or most of you, so you are very, very familiar with the difficulties within the region. But it gets even more complex if you integrate this on a global scale.
Pika, and then we'll move on to science policy interface, because I'd like to bring Tom into the conversation.
Yeah, just a very brief comment that my observations have been that it's interesting how the One Health way of thinking has been approached at different levels. So like this quadripartite is a brilliant example on a really ambitious global level. And now the EU agencies have committed to an One Health task force together. And that was also the 2022 event was really bravely taking this topic up. And then I think this at the researcher level and institute collaborations, we see this a lot. And maybe the gap is at the national ministries that are those the silos currently that are the most strong silos still, that theirs, it seems to be, in many countries, more challenging.
Well, indeed, and this most probably brings us on to the science policy interface with the silos of the ministries. I was just wondering, Tom, first of all, this One Health approach, is this a good stepping stone towards a better science policy interface?
Well, again, I think issues become important when circumstances require them to be important. And it's obvious that, the link between animal and human health has become a bigger issue and a bigger risk. So therefore, I think it's entirely logical that we've begun just framing, future challenges in terms of a One Health perspective. I don't doubt the challenge that represents for many countries, because Marcus talked about the difference in institutional development in different countries. This is a huge issue, whatever we are dealing with. And it's not just institutional development, it's capacity in different countries. So I think if we are to seriously go down the road of introducing One Health at national and indeed international level, and I think it's a road we should be going down, we have to have side by side with that determination that we're going to really invest in these two issues of capacity and relevant institutions along the way.
So it would seem, as an outsider, that it's going to be much more difficult to connect science and policy, especially as the ministries work as a rather siloed approach, given that there's so many interconnected issues. Is it much more of a challenge, given the way the policymakers are set up?
It is a challenge, but I think we have to look at it in the longer term and see what are the big challenges we face, and then what do we need to do to meet those challenges. And maybe to put it in simple terms, 50 years ago, the world was facing the risk of an acute shortage of food and mass starvation, particularly in the Indian subcontinent. The response to that was actually the Green Revolution. And the Green Revolution, if you like, staved off the risk of mass starvation. And it led to a 50-year period of effectively falling food prices. We are now, if we look 30 years on, we're faced with two major challenges. One is how we're going to feed an increased population, and the second one, how we do that while sticking to our climate targets of 1.5 degrees. Now, for that to be achieved, we're going to need another scientific revolution. 20 years ago, a very fine British scientist, Gordon Conway, talked about the doubly green revolution, an acknowledgement that, of course, the next number of years will require increased food production, but increased nutritious food production while respecting the climate target. So that's, if you like, the underpinning of when we talk about sustainable food systems. That's the challenge that sustainable food systems has to contribute to. And then we talk about, science policy interfaces. And in the group that Christine and I were on for the European Commission, we talked about sustainable policy, SPIs, and also social. So we have to bring along people with us. So that's, I think, the challenge. As we look to the future, we have to have another scientific revolution, but we also have to make sure that stakeholders contribute to the framing of thinking for the future and to the delivery of that future.
Absolutely. Christine.
Yes, and as Tom says, we really need a lot of science, but then we need to explain that science and to put it into context for the politicians and the risk managers. And actually, that's what risk assessors are trained for. So we know more on how actually to take the science and then bring it on, put it into a context, how can you manage on top of the science. So I really think this is sometimes a neglected expertise. So I think we could actually take the science and then move this also within the sustainability, safety, nutrition, move that into policy by this training in how to actually do that. So
I want to, Marcus would like to come up with a point, and then I would like you to share a bit of your expertise as a trained assessor in a moment on how to do that. But Marcus.
Now, I think it's a very, very interesting topic and a very, very critical topic, because the interface between science and policy is a communication interface. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm a scientist myself, analytical chemist. So I feel I can say to that, let's say we did go into natural science not because we like to talk to people as much. That's probably true for most scientists. So to put risk assessors then out there in charge of the communication will result in the assumption that if a scientist speaks slowly enough, everybody will believe her or him. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. Data never convince people, science never convinces people, and it's food we are talking about. There is no more emotional loaded consumer product than food. It's a part of every social interaction. Every culture has it as a central element. We need to find a different communication mechanism here, because everybody wants to have their opinion heard if it comes to their sustenance, food. And science is the foundation of a house, but it's as comfortable as your concrete basement. That's the foundation of your house. Personally, I like to sit on my couch in the living room, resting comfortably there to know that my foundation is solid, but it's not comfortable. We need to create the communication equivalent of that couch where people can feel comfortable, where they can connect with science.
Can I also just ask whether there are any questions coming in, because at the moment I don't see any. So I would just like to know whether we can switch the screens, because I would very much like to leave time for the audience. Yes, communication. Pika, you wanted to pick up on a point from Marcus. Then Christine, yes, you're trained, and I would really like to know how you advise Danish ministers, on food safety and really get them to facilitate research or pay for research. And that would also be an interesting question for you, Pika, because, how did you persuade Commission officials and national ministers that funding research for these gaps is really important? Pika, and then Christine.
Okay, I go first. This is indeed linked to how the science policy interfaces are communication interfaces. And I would say it's also about the timeliness. And the example of One Health EJP, there the research is really gap fact-based. So it came from the needs of the stakeholders, both national and European stakeholders. What are the One Health challenges where we need research? And then it's been easier for the research projects to come with their outcomes, because they didn't need to use time to try to formulate this is important. It was already agreed. And then also, like, it's been much easier to have the dialogue along the way when it started like that. So I would encourage that way of approach.
And sort of what tips then do you have when you are talking to Commission policymakers or ministers and you want them to facilitate, finance some of the research into these gaps? How do you go about it? What are your tactics?
I think it's about dialogue, networking, talking, and exactly this, not freezing when there's a complex challenge, but rather bringing it up and seeing how to do it, and suggesting that there are those disciplines that could be addressing this in a transdisciplinary way, and we could have the overview of this. So focusing on the solutions, not freezing in front of a complex challenge.
Yeah, Christine?
Yes, for our case, it's more than 60 years that we had this close collaboration with the ministries of the Food Ministry, the Danish EPA, and the Environmental Ministry, right? So this is and a yearly discussion about what are the issues for next year, what is the challenge, are the challenges, and of course. So it's trusting each other, it's being reliable in your answers, not only putting forward your own research, but actually taking the whole international scene and all this. So a long-term collaboration is key to when we then face some very hard challenges. So I would say that would be it, but definitely what you were talking about calls in for the society, as Tom said, and that's something new, kind of, how do we take into account both the industry challenges and how they can, their solutions, how they can cope with many things, and then society, consumers, different green organizations. So how do we take those into account is another thing. But together with the ministries, that's a long-term collaboration that's build up your understanding of their position. What can you aid them with? Not 300 pages of a report. They need 2 pages. They need this to the point, and then they can ask more.
Yeah, the executive summary. I'm looking at some of the questions, and in fact, I can read them better from here than here. And the one that's, I'll just go in how they've been voted up. Now, yes, we knew that Marcus's remarks might provoke some thoughts here, and safety might be binary for risk management or communication purposes, but from an assessment or scientific truth-seeking perspective, there is no zero risk. Anybody want to pick up on that one? Yes, Marcus, Christine?
No, that was my point. I don't see risk assessment as binary, or food safety as binary, actually. Right. The consumer would like that, but yeah, that's not the case.
Well, I would add to that we as food safety risk assessors, we know there is no zero risk, right? That's trivial. Most scientists are trained to say never, never, and never always. So there's no zero, there's no 100%. We know that. But that's not the world most people want to live in. And we don't treat it in common vernacular and also in our regulatory environment that way. We call it food when it meets regulatory thresholds. We call it waste when it fails to meet. It's not food that has a little bit too many pesticides. No, it's banned. It's not fit for consumption. So we promote with our regulatory compliance perspective and approaches completely the binary thinking that food, if we call it food, it's safe, no question asked. And if not, somebody is going to yank it from the market and burn it.
Let me go down the next one. Is food safety an absolute? Or can food safety be good enough when considered as part of sustainability? Deep philosophical questions here. Yes, Christine.
I cannot answer it as such, I think, but if we could come down to a common currency, like you were talking about, I think that could help us somehow. So if we could quantify this and prioritize and put it up for risk managers, this is actually the things you should choose between But I would say that food safety, if it's not safe, it's not food. Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware
sorry.
about... Yes,
Could I
please.
just
Yes.
weigh in? I don't like to dominate, but it's actually, it depends on the national context. Each region or country makes up that decision on the fly. There's no systematic approach, but one example, aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanut. Aflatoxins are a genotoxic carcinogen. They are always in peanuts. Europe doesn't produce peanuts. Peanuts are not a staple food in Europe. Europe has the lowest threshold for aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts because it has no economic impact, it has no nutritional impact. Countries that produce peanuts cannot have these low thresholds because it's not sustainable with the climate that changes year over year. So to maintain farmers' production in peanuts or the availability of simply enough peanuts to have that as a staple food, they need higher thresholds. There is no safety consideration. That's a sustainability, that's a food security consideration. Every country makes that within its context as they can afford, but it's not a formalized process.
Thank you. Are you aware about initiatives that integrate simultaneously the risk-benefit of foods and sustainability as a way to provide support to policy decisions? Christine.
Yes, I am aware at least of our own initiatives within this at DTU, so please contact Morten Poulsen if you're here in the room, he's right here, or me afterwards. But again, this is still not ready for policy making maybe, but it's the research part, how to model risk benefits, how to include sustainability. And I know EFSA is thinking about this. Bernard, you mentioned it several times, that it is kind of the next step, so we go from modeling risks to doing the risk benefit to sustainability to the cost, right? But it's still a research area mostly, I would say. But it's going into risk ranking and policy making as well.
Pika, do you want to pick up on that? Or Tom? Tom.
Well, I mean, I think we're getting into levels of detail here about food safety and where it fits into a risk framework, which, I mean, we could keep talking about this, but I think maybe there are other issues which perhaps in the time available we need to talk about. I think the whole issue of what is a sustainable food system in the context of national realities and what responsibility the different actors in the chain have to produce a sustainable food system. I think that's a very worthy part of the conversation. Again, when we did our process in Ireland, we really did try to focus on all the actors in the chain and what responsibility they had. Because previously, I think many strategies for the future, which were dominantly agricultural, had a dominant focus about what was happening inside the farm gate. Now, the big difference when we're talking about sustainable food systems is that what happens inside the farm gate is one part of the discussion, but only one part of the discussion. So I think a much more general and substantial discussion about the responsibilities of the different actors to generate a sustainable food system is actually worthy of much more discussion.
Yeah. Christine?
I agree, and I also think the next point is Europe is kind of emissioning, I think, 8% of the global CO2, right? So what we should do is actually to try to find out how to assess this, how to stop this, and how to change and go into the green transition. And then we need to go out and capacity build where they would like to know more and where they would like to take this on. Not us coming and telling people, but actually working together then in other settings, in other countries in order how to do this. Because it's not easy and it takes a lot of culture, and food is emotions, food is emotion as well. So how to do this? But this is if we would really want to take this on at a bigger scale, then we need to capacity build. And fortunately, both EU, but also some private foundations are willing to fund also that. But we need to do it in a better way than we have done historically.
Pika.
Yeah, I would just continue on this, how to do this, and this is also the next question. So how to do it more like not just Europe, but as part of the global world, and also how to combine food safety risk assessments with sustainability assessments. And I think key thing is exactly involving like all relevant aspects early enough, that it's part of the dough that is being, and it's not like later. If it's too late, then it goes easy to that we from Europe tell this is how to do it. But, and same I think with always when adding more dimensions, I think they should be involved early. Timeliness.
To what extent is the panel ready to make compromises to food safety in order to achieve the goal of sustainability?
That is up to risk managers, I would say, because I would not damage food safety. We need to be, because it's actually easily done, also health and food safety, if you only look into sustainability. But it is a political answer that should answer this.
I would just echo this and say, like, this is the point when it needs to be transdisciplinary, that all the different parts they bring, that's the ingredient that comes the research results from the risk assessment of food safety and brings the strong results clearly and with their limitations, and then it goes to the next level.
Marcus.
There is a challenge between food safety and sustainability, and an intrinsic tension that sometimes is addressed explicitly, but the lower the safety standards, the lower the amount of pesticides, heavy metals, mycotoxins, anything you don't want in food, the more food loss and waste will occur. Because the only thing that separates an agricultural product from becoming food is, does it meet regulatory standards? If it does, it's food. And so if a region or a country keeps lowering its maximum limits, so allowing less and less of a certain thing, the more and more products will bypass that market. If you extend that on a global scale, they will never become food, and hence they go to waste. That is definitely a hit for sustainability, and in many countries, in many scenarios, a hit for food security, because there's not enough material on the market to afford that.
One most probably for you, Pika. I like it, not a vegetarian. Do the panel think there is a One Health bias in favour of animal-based food rather than plant-based, which is unsustainable in the long term?
I think there should not be a bias, but maybe in like what are the outputs and available science and methods there are, and that's just the history, that there's been some crisis situations where there's been a lot more focus on the animal-based. I think also like how we define One Health, like more and more we also mention plant health as one aspect of that, not just part of the environment part in that. And I think overall, like the One Health is like a stepping stone of understanding these connections, and we go more to the planetary health and understanding even further when the sustainability comes in. This is a really important question.
Okay, let me get through the others in the time that we've got available. Big difference within EU member states in the actual application of One Health. It would be good to implement a common policy for all member states. Yes? Thumbs up, even though there wasn't the funding, as I understand it, to carry on the OHJP beyond next year. Okay, to Marcus, how can we address the apparent tension stemming from trade-offs between food security and food safety and align on a common language and objectives? You said we should, but I think that's the how question.
Well, how is that we start talking about it? That we bring this up at events like this, that we bring this up in other meetings, that, I don't know, we make research money available. We integrate social scientists more and more in any kinds of activities, which is absolutely critical and which is the first step into that direction. We need to come up with a common understanding. A common understanding always develops if and when people talk with each other. That's foundation of the United Nations system and any other regional system.
There we are. I'm aware we've got 4 minutes and we've got 4 questions. So, lower middle income countries in food science, what is needed to get them on board more? Shouldn't the EC, the European Commission, take the lead here? There we are. Joined up, EU Green Deal and SDGs. Marcus? as a diplomat. Christine?
Well, I know that we as DTU is working as a WHO collaborating center and FAO collaborating center, and that actually helps when we go out and try to work on capacity building within AMR or infectious diseases, and that could be learn from and taking into sustainability as well, as I said.
Just one sentence, if I can add one cautionary warning. The lead must always be manageable to those countries. If the distance between those that are being led and those who want to lead is too large, it will not work. So one has to take in its actions to the outside, take into consideration those who may need to catch up, that the tension doesn't get too strong.
Tom?
Well, you know, the reality is that at the Food Systems Summit last year, over 100 countries, most of them developing countries, made commitments that they wanted to move in this direction. Now, the other reality is that many of these countries will find this very difficult. They don't have the tradition of ministries working together. In many cases, they don't have the capacity. But that is a big commitment, and there's going to be a meeting next July where the UN is going to take stock of how countries have delivered on what they committed to in September 2021. I think in the meantime, the EU and other developed countries, other countries with the capacity who have an expertise are somewhat more advanced in the whole area of sustainable food systems, should be looking to partner with a number of these developing countries. But in selecting which ones to partner with, they have to actually decide how serious these countries are in that commitment. And in many of these countries, you don't have the political leadership to actually go down this road. So that's the basis, I think, for selecting who to work with. And if you do that, then you're going to create the possibility of sharing experiences between developing countries. But the lead has to come from the developing country itself, not from the EU.
Understood. We have more questions. There's the question on the private sector, which I'm afraid we haven't really addressed in this discussion. It's been very public. I don't know whether one of you has a quick idea on, do you recognize that there exists a big gap between scientists and the private sector regarding the risk communication and mitigation? Christine.
As a whole, I think the industry and the food production industry is kind of having the solutions to many of these things. They need new innovative products. They need to do not only animal-based, but a lot of other products that are safe and healthy. So I really think the industry is in on this, and I think they know it, and I think they see the opportunities. And we should not freeze, as I said. We should see these different paths that we can actually ask the industry and buy the food products that we think are not greenwashed, but actually truly more sustainable, right? So to go into this, find out, make the science as this audience behind, but the industries are the ones that are going to push this out and make the good and high quality products.
I think this comes back to this idea of having a serious discussion about the responsibility of the different actors in the chain. The government has a critical role to play in leadership. Obviously, the primary producer has a role, the industry has a role, and scientists in industry have a role.
So, thank you very much. There we are. I've just seen that it's not a question. Drink more water, eat less, exercise, go to the sauna, One Health. But I'm going to encourage you most probably to drink coffee and to eat more, because I'd like to thank our very distinguished speakers and you for all of those great questions. So that was the Assembly Objective 1 ticked off. 3 is networking, but please do come back at 11 for the Objective 2 on alignment. So see you at 11. Thank you. So I can feel that you've all eaten well, drank well, all in the name of One Health. So thank you very, very much. I am going to ask you, there we are, Stefan is going to do order. There we are. It's a lively community. I think we can say that much. And we touched briefly on the science policy interface before the break. We're now going to dig a little deeper into it with somebody who has hands-on experience of the science policy interface at the European Commission. So please, silence, ladies and gentlemen, for Karen Fabry from DG Research and Innovation, who's going to give her thoughts on connecting research and science for policy. What do risk, crises, and sustainability transitions have in common? Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Claire. And dear participants and members of the organizing committee, I'm really thankful for the invitation to be here today and honored to be one of the keynote speakers. I wish to further complement the words of my Deputy Director General, Joanna Drake, this morning. She emphasized the clear connection between risk assessment, science policy interfaces, and policy making. I fully agree that food safety research and risk assessment must help deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and the ambitions of the European Green Deal. And for that, food safety research and risk assessment need to further embrace the sustainability tradition and amplify their engagement in our existence science policy interface in Europe and beyond. But why are we talking about food systems? What's the big deal? To make a long story short, without fixing food systems, we cannot fix climate. We cannot fix health. We cannot fix our environment. And we cannot live in respect of planetary boundaries. The rising threats of climate change to our food system will be a challenge for food safety that will present new and unexpected risks. So research and innovation must step up to anticipate, assess, and mitigate these. In addition to our climate worries, as if these were not enough, the COVID pandemic and its consequences in combination with the current war in Ukraine are highlighting the importance for Europe and the world to become more resilient to systemic crises. What is clear is that the future will not be a simple extrapolation of the past. And until recently, the narrative and discourse around food system transition focused on sustainability, which remains more relevant and urgent than ever. But largely as a result of the global events since 2019, it's become clear that we need to be far more explicit about strengthening the resilience of food systems. That is, the ability to adapt and bounce back as a result of unprecedented disturbances. But we need a far better understanding and collective agreement on what is needed to strengthen resilience. Resilience is not just another buzzword. It ultimately implies building in redundancies in our ultra-optimized value chains. Food systems, however, cannot be resilient to crisis if they're not sustainable. But we may be faced with and we will be faced with trade-offs. It could well be that resilience and sustainability may not always be mutually reinforcing. Yet, we must ensure that these two goals are different sides of the same coin. So in this respect, handling crises, achieving sustainability, and managing risks all require more systemic approaches and interconnectivity. The emerging risks and threats to our food systems due to changing climate are becoming increasingly evident, and climate change will make our food less safe and increase risks. And the more so when these changes are sudden, extreme, and uncertain. Some potential effects could include the release of new pathogens, increased rates of food and waterborne disease, migration of pests and the spread of fungal infections into new areas affecting plants, crops, soil fertility, the expansion of harmful algae blooms affecting marine life and seafood safety, and challenges to storage facilities, cold chain integrity, and logistics, just to name a few. To outpace these threats to our food systems, the role of risk assessment and food safety research is key, and your expertise and creative thinking here is needed. to reinforce and upgrade risk assessment practices to ensure our food supply remains safe, nutritious in the long term, despite these challenges, placing sustainability, resilience, and climate adaptation at its core. And I'd like to mention another thing, is that food should not just be seen as a commodity. Food is about our relationship. It's about our culture. It's about the way we interact with each other. Now, a few words on the science policy interface. Risk assessment and food safety research need to enlarge their impact focus to address global challenges. A more systemic and multi-objective way of working will help us get there. And science policy interfaces will need to be strengthened for that. Now, Joanna Drake mentioned that EU better regulation underlines the importance of evidence-based policymaking, implying the need to build robust science policy interfaces, or rather, science policy society interfaces. This was mentioned in the panel before. Now, Joanna also mentioned how rich our own science policy interfaces within the Commission and EU services. And with respect to food safety, I was thus delighted to see how EFSA and the various other agencies came together during the One conference in June of this year on the importance of closer collaboration, in particular to jointly address food and feed safety from the broader perspective of sustainable food systems, and focusing on the need to implement a One Health, One Environment approach, and exploring developments of risk assessment science therein. Risk assessment pertains to so many aspects, not only of our food, but to our environment, which is reflected in this holistic One Health approach. And One Health is well recognized and features high on the political agenda, which is mirrored by the discussions during G7, G20, COP27. Challenges and opportunities for One Health mutually pose challenges to risk assessment and food safety, research, and innovation. Now, let me say a few words about our own research and innovation policy, because that too is part of the science policy interface. And here I'd like to speak about Horizon Europe and the role it plays. Now, research and innovation, we know well, are drivers of change and enablers of the green twin, digital twin transitions across major work streams, from climate to energy, mobility, of course, food systems and biodiversity. Horizon Europe is the world's largest and most ambitious research and innovation program, which spans from 2021 to 2027 with a budget of under 100 billion. And through the progressive multi-annual framework programs, we've been shaping and funding research and innovation in agriculture and food since over 30 years. But prior to 2016, it was very sectoral and focused mostly on efficiency and productivity gains. Since 2016, DG Research has been playing a key role in convening and supporting a diversity of actors to develop a systemic solution to urgent, complex, and interconnected challenges inherent to food systems and the bioeconomy to deliver co-benefits and mitigate trade-offs. We call this approach our Food 2030 workstream, which is basically our research and innovation policy framework for a systems approach. It basically includes issues such as how we think and do research and innovation, so it's governance, with whom we do it, the need for inter- and transdisciplinarity, and the fact that we need to deploy a multi-actor approach to research and innovation. It's also about what we do research and innovation on, so the leverage point, and for what. And the focus now is very much on impact-driven research and innovation, via which to develop, test, deploy, and scale solutions. Now, via our Food 2030 framing deployed through Horizon Europe, central to its vision is the need to deliver co-benefits to multiple objectives, including nutrition and health, climate-smart and environmentally sustainable food systems, circular and resource-efficient food systems, as well as food systems innovation for the empowerment of communities. And what's important is that these various priorities are embedded upstream in projects that we then finance. Also central to the work of Food 2030 is the need to collaborate across disciplines, sectors, ministries, from science to policy, and from farm to fork. And to make it work, we need to build up the capacity for systems thinking and transformative innovation, also in how we work together institutionally. It's necessary for the transformation to serve these multiple priorities simultaneously because we have little time left to address the planetary and ecological emergency. This is why all Food 2030 projects that we fund through Horizon Europe are required to implement a multi-actor and inter- and transdisciplinary approach, aligning also with the principles of responsible research and innovation. So as previously mentioned, food system transformation is predominantly a social issue. So another important horizontal aspect of our work is that all forms of innovation are needed, from social innovation to governance and institutional innovation, of course technology innovation, but also business model innovation. And solutions can either be designed for market uptake or for the common good. Diversity is key, and research and innovation policy must always be one step ahead of policy to anticipate challenges and solutions. Since the start of Horizon Europe, we have focused our Food 2030 work streams on 10 leverage points where we think R&I can play a particular, can deliver impactful solutions. We call these our pathways for action, and one of them is dedicated to food safety and traceability. We recently published the new work program for 2023-2024, and I invite you to join our info days that will take place next week on 13th and 14th of December. It goes without saying that our Food 2030 work has been co-created to deliver solutions to the EU Green Deal priorities, and in particular the Farm to Fork strategy, which my very good colleague Louise will talk to you about in a moment. Now, key to moving forward will be a number of new Horizon Europe partnerships and missions that will federate research and innovation funders and performers around jointly defined ambitious goals. In particular, I wish to mention the partnership on sustainable food systems for people, planet, and climate that will build on and further deploy Food 2030, including its food safety pathway, to help also the implementation of the Farm to Fork strategy ambitions. I also wish to mention the PARC partnership, which will be discussed later on today. That is the Partnership for the Assessment of Risks from Chemicals, which is highly relevant to advancing environmental and food safety research from a chemical safety perspective. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I invite you to seek out across-sectoral partnerships because we cannot speak about food safety and risk assessment in isolation. We need instead to consider a broader picture of food systems and their environmental impact. I hope that this has helped provide some food for thought on how to further enhance synergies and cooperation to strengthen our science policy interfaces in the EU and to facilitate the sustainable transition of our food systems where food safety is a must. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And indeed, Karen is with us the whole day, so if you have questions, you know where to find her. And I would also say there were a lot of questions that came in that first session, so please do find our speakers in the breaks and ask those questions. As Karen was saying, we're now going to hear from Luis Vivas Alegre, who in fact a few days ago took on a new position as head of sector in the Research and Innovation Unit of DG Agri, but was previously policy coordinator in the Farm to Fork strategy. And that is what Luis is going to talk to us about.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for having me here today. I'm really grateful for EFSA and also for the colleagues of the BFR for having hosted this event in Berlin. And at the same time of being grateful, I have to say that I come with a certain sadness because today the colleague that should be here with us presenting the talk I'm going to deliver next should be our dearest Nathalie Schaas. Nathalie was really an exemplar colleague. She was very much dedicated to ensure that the EU food safety standards, also internationally, were the driver of the image of the food system that we put in the world. She was a very approachable person. She was extremely open doors. She was leading by example. And even if she's not here today, I would like if you could join me in an applause to pay tribute to her memory. Rather than paying a minute of silence, I think this will be more cheerful and it will honor herself. Thank you very much. So, I'm pretty sure you have heard about the farm-to-fork strategy before. This is nothing new. The Commission issued a communication now 2.5 years ago as part of the Green Deal package regarding how to move to a sustainable food system of the future. And the overall objective and goals of the strategy as presented aim at delivering a climate-neutral food system and ensure that the European Union leads the global transition for competitive sustainability from farm to fork. Also aims at helping tapping into new opportunities, not only from an economic point of view, but also from a social perspective, and as well from a technological perspective, with the overall goal of making the EU food system robust and resilient for the future. The strategy brings the concept of an integrated approach to the food system, something that we have been hearing before in the previous session, whereby the linear model of the farm to fork now is transformed into the concept of the food system, where always with the citizens and consumers being at the center. It also acknowledges that the role of all the actors that are responsible for managing the food system take an active role, that they are also provided with the tools that are necessary in order to support the transition via research that we have heard a lot and we will hear a lot later on, also advisory services, finance, and at the same time looking at the governance not only from the regional but also from the member states, European Union level and international. Because it's not only the EU the one that can lead the transition if the other partners internationally do not buying into the overall objective and spirit of the strategy. Regarding the governance, there are many instruments that are laid out in the strategy itself, and they may take the shape of legislation or new regulation. They also look into financial incentiveness for the food system, educational aspects, research and innovation is critical, and there are also voluntary commitments, for example, a code of conduct for the good practices regarding sustainability of the food industry. The strategy, indeed, is a roadmap that contains, at the very end, concrete actions. And those actions could be divided in two groups. One are the horizontal flagship actions, as we call them, the first of them being the proposal for a legislative framework for Union sustainable food systems that the Commission aims to put on the table for the co-legislators by the end of next year. And also the issuing of a contingency plan for ensuring food supply and food security, particularly in situations of crisis. And this has been already done in 2021 as a collegial work of the Commission. There are also 25, let's call them sectoral actions, that are paved throughout different stages of the food value chain, aiming at ensuring a sustainable food production, also stimulating that the mid part of the chain provides for sustainability, promoting sustainable food consumption, facilitating the shift towards sustainable and healthy diets, and also last but not least, reduce food losses and waste, which is a very important element in the food system sustainability. Let me just say a few words now on the proposal for a legislative framework for a Union sustainable food system, which I think we can acknowledge this will be the game changer of the sustainability legislation in the EU and hopefully worldwide. The overarching objective, as you can see, is just throwing the buzzwords, looking at systemic changes, all the actors, in order to accelerate the transition to a sustainable EU food system. The scope will cover the entire EU food system, and the objective is to address the sustainability of products, but also the sustainability of food-related operations. You are very much familiar with these three bubbles that we like to promote now with the discourse of food sustainability, where indeed also the legal framework aims at embracing economic, social, and environmental sustainability, the three of them. And that's a great challenge, but also a great opportunity. I have also to say that indeed sometimes people come and say, yeah, but food safety is out of the equation. Indeed, food safety, as has been discussed, should be the basis of any sustainability food system, any sustainable food system. And in this context, it is addressed within the social sustainability dimension as part of the legislation. The more legal articulation of the framework and how it will be depicted in order to promote and roll out sustainability in legislation will start by defining common definitions. This is something that we heard earlier before, that there is a need to have a common narrative and definitions, in our case, for legal purposes. It will also describe general objectives and general principles of sustainability. And it will also define how the enforcement should be done in terms of verifying compliance with sustainability aspects, as we have now with safety, for example. The governance aspect will be crucial, and all the actors of the food system should be defined with clear roles regarding what is for them as regarding the need to comply with sustainability. The other major chunk of the legislation will indeed address what we call push and pull measures. So push measures will be those that will aim at taking out of the food system those foods or operations that are more unsustainable, while the pull measures will aim at incentivizing that sustainability becomes the norm and that actors in the food system move towards sustainability. One of the elements of the legal framework is the aim to nudge consumers towards sustainable practices. And for that, it will be key that the food environment allows that the sustainable choice becomes the easiest choice for consumers. And for that, there are two main elements that need to be addressed. One is the transparency of the sustainability of products and operations, how to report on those elements and how to do this in a harmonized manner, and also to provide access to information and data on sustainability for consumers and all the actors across the food system. Of course, one of the opportunities that we need to seize as well is the role of digitalization in this context, and how to embrace new technologies in order to facilitate this big challenge of creating a sustainable and communicating on the sustainability of the food and the operations. One of the main discussion points this morning, and I think will continue to be during the events, regards the science underpinning policy making. And in the context of the legal framework on sustainable food systems, of course, we have questions open yet. The Commission is still working in the drafting and preparation of the Commission proposal. And there are open reflections, similar to what we have today with the General Food Law and the scientific advice provided by the EFSA. We need to start thinking about what scientific model would be more fit for purpose for supporting policy making in that context. So we need to consider the scope, again, products operations, the food system, what should be the coverage of the scientific advice. Should it stay at the level of social, or also contain environmental and economic? The objective should be that the three should be encompassed there, and we know the challenges of those. The principles underpinning the scientific advice, and we look at our EU agencies, in particular EFSA, regarding the excellence, independence and transparency that is needed to ensure that is robust, solid, communicated and accessible to all. Also in terms of outputs, there is a need to build common data, harvesting, common monitoring systems, methodologies, and foremost, building the expertise that is needed to provide for scientific advice regarding sustainability beyond what we have today with safety and environmental aspects in some occasions. Multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, how to embrace these nice concepts that should help, indeed, to provide for a level playing field when addressing trade-offs and externalities into the scientific advice is still a big question. And then the governance. How can we look at the EU model we have centralized with, for example, the EFSA in most of the food safety policies? And also, how can we use their networks and expertise in order to foster this governance? How should we perhaps look a bit more into member states' expertise on a case-by-case basis? Should there be a shared responsibility depending on the context where the scientific analysis would be needed? Maybe it's more at local, national level than EU level or international. So still a lot to be thought there. And last but not least, this is very important, is our mantra, I have to say, that when it comes about scientific advice, this needs to be fit for purpose. There is a need to provide scientific advice that enables regulatory action, indeed while acknowledging uncertainties, and that serves the purpose to indeed implement legislation. And this is something that needs to be always in our background when thinking about the science for policy. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much again, and I hope that we will continue having a very interesting event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, and I'm sure that everybody will be keenly watching that new legislative proposal on sustainable food systems when it comes out next year. So that sort of concludes the first objective about how food safety research can support sustainable development goals and the EU Green Deal. Let's move on to the second objective, which is on alignment and how can we align food safety research and innovation investments at a European and national level. And we have a real expert for you here, Effie Amanatidou, who's from the University of Manchester. She's got more than 25 years' experience in research and innovation policy analysis, an expert in partnerships, whether public-public or private-public, and she was involved in the ERA Learn project, and is going to make the business case for us on why to align between EU and national funding.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here in this wonderful place and wonderful city. Hopefully, my contribution will be helpful to you. And let's move on then. So, I was asked to present, how can we go about aligning EU and national funding instruments. First of all, I think we need to find a common definition about alignment, or what do we think when we are talking about partnerships? So the building basis for partnerships is the alignment of national and European policies and strategies. So by alignment, we mean the efforts that the member states make in order to adjust their own national programs and strategies and priorities in order to find common ground and build a joint set of priorities across countries together with the European Union. Of course, this concept has been set on the table since the first communication of the European research area back in 2000, and it was, back then talked about the optimizing national programs and priorities in order to improve their efficiency in making investments in research and innovation. However, the landscape changed and also the challenges changed, so the justification now has become more interesting but more complex. So why to align? Because, as you said already, we have global challenges that cross national borders and they need coordinated responses. Now, the challenges are that not even one country alone can claim to have the resources needed and the capacity needed to address them alone. And then again, there are global research fields. What do we mean with that? Researchers by default collaborate with other counterparts in other countries, whether there exist partnerships or not. But at the same time, they are doing that under nationally organized research spaces. And this creates a little bit of an incompatibility. So alignment can also help to address that. Scientific fields are by default cross-national, including the risk assessment, like the metrology, like the health field as well. And of course, transnational collaboration has its benefits. You know more than I do. The quality, the quality of the international drafted papers are higher, rather than the ones that are only drawn by national scientists. So a little bit of more of a kind of, setting the ground thing now. If we have this as a programming, research innovation programming, well, it's not actually a cycle, but if we have this continuum, then we have three types of alignment. The strategic alignment that talks about the member states coming together to find common ground and adjust their national strategies and programs and priorities. and then secure funding in order to put into a common pot. And then we have the operational and financial alignment, which means, what happens after we draw this partnership. We do the joint calls for proposals. There are, high-quality international consortia with very good proposals. So how do we fund them? How do we evaluate them? How do we monitor them? How do we disseminate the results and all that? And I'm going to talk a little bit more about these three types of alignment. So the first one, as we said, it's converging, finding converging areas, finding overlaps, finding, the areas that are of common interest across countries to collaborate. And this can be done by doing joint foresight exercises, by also developing strategic research and innovation agendas that are jointly agreed and developed among the countries. Also, it could be done by involving also in this process the relevant stakeholders across the different countries and cooperating with other transnational initiatives that exist. And here, as you can imagine, the main actors are the member states, the funding agencies, and the food authorities in your case, for example. Then when we go to the operational alignment, we are talking about the design and the implementation and the evaluation of the joint activities. And these joint activities could be the joint research projects coming out of joint calls for proposals. It could be the creation of an association of research performing organizations to increase capacity among them. It could also be coordination of scientific techniques and mechanisms and tools, which is very much relevant to the risk assessment, I would imagine, field. It would be opening access and sharing use of infrastructure, which is again very relevant to your area. And it could be, of course, the increased dissemination, the joint dissemination of research results to multiply the impact, which is also very relevant for you if you are seeking to increase impact towards policy and society. And the key actors here are not only the funding agencies and the food authorities, but also the research performing organizations themselves. Financial alignment is a little bit, challenging. It's making the timing of the decisions across the countries compatible, and this has been a great challenge across the partnerships, although very good steps and best practices are already in place. And it is also aligning the different participation and funding rules from one country to another, which is indeed a challenge. But with more than 10 years of experience of partnerships, there are best practices identified. And the key actors here are, again, the program owners, the program managers, and the funding agencies in the country. So just to put also separate the program and the project level. Imagine that there are interested member states coming together and associated countries, together with the European Commission, research performing organizations, industrial associations as well, foundations as well, any other research and innovation actor. And these find a common area of collaboration. So what can they do? They can perform, they can align their strategies together to create a program, a joint program. This is the program level that we're talking about. And if we take as an example the Horizon Europe European partnerships, there are three specific types: the co-funded, the co-programmed, and the institutionalized, each with the clear-cutting models for funding and cooperation. And then we are talking about the project level. The project level is what will come out of these partnerships. And as I said before, it could be joint calls, joint projects, networking of research performing organizations. It could be standardization suggestions. It could be policy advice. It could be engagement of end users, risk communication activities to society, best practice tools and mechanisms to do these kind of activities. And the alignment that is primarily the most important one is at this level. The starting basis is to align the strategies and the priorities and the programs, and it is a great asset that your research community is underpinned by a specific strategy, as we heard before, the sustainable food system strategies. Now, I'm going to skip that one. Challenges, yes. I mean, it's not all pink and rosy. We have, specific stones to overcome. At the strategic level, of course, I mean, imagine you live in a country and the country has limited funds of research. It's never enough, but still, it is decreasing. And there are so many partnerships, 49 at the number, and already I think 3 relevant to your research community. So how to decide which one to join? Then the political support might be more rather than the actual funds made available by the countries. And we have seen that in the relevant studies that we have done in RARA. At the operational level, of course, the synchronicity of the funding decisions is a big issue. And also the alignment, the compatibility between the different participation and funding rules. And at the financial level, there are some cases, for example, that the contributions of the countries is not equal, of course. It's not, but at the same time, they may create problems. So projects, high-quality projects, may not go ahead because the funds that made available by one country run out. And this, of course, is a big issue, and it's a lot disappointing. And the overall conclusion is that the small funds that each country put, even if, when they are small at the overall level, but also per project, does not let the country benefit from the full potential of the partnerships. But we are progressing in the partnership community, and there has been several steps to streamline the landscape. The Horizon Europe has 49 of them, whereas at the past there were more than 120-something partnerships, even though some people say that some partnerships have been the result of merges. But still, the landscape is much more clearer now. There are 3 clear models of funding, even though, clarifications are still needed, especially in the co-fund partnerships to deal with. But still, there has been a lot of experience gained and good practices identified to solve these issues. And the clear fact is that the member states and any associated countries are increasing their interest in the funds made available. So out of these numbers, I just want you to concentrate on the middle one here, is the 31.4 billion that has been put by member states in partnerships and associated countries. So to figure out the importance of this figure, it is the same amount that the member states have spent all through the years of the partnership's existence. So since 2006, in the past 16 years, member states have spent 9 billion, and they have already committed the same amount only for the next 7 years in Horizon Europe. So this is remarkable in terms of how interested they are and how the interest increases. Industry has put in already to 22.4, and this is already by around 5 billion more than the threshold that the specific regulations have put in place in the different parts of the partnerships. But of course, there is much more to the partnerships than money. And this is just the total of the partnerships existing in the different clusters. And this is how, the networking effect of the partnerships can be shown. You can see that it is really bringing up the research communities of Europe together and also beyond. Now, this is only an example for the metrology. I just picked that up because it has similarities to your research area as well, with the one metrology institute, more or less, one per country, as you have the national food authorities. And also that some of the research is asked to be done by the research performing organizations which are already members of the partnership, similar to what EFSA calls, how they are operating. And you can see here that in the metrology area, the commitment now is in Horizon Europe to spend over 650 million euros in projects. Whereas the past achievements until now have reached 423.6 million. And out of these, beautiful numbers down there, I'll just, point to the more than 1,200 advice to standardization. And also the improved instruments and mechanisms for businesses that can contribute to increasing sales, relevant sales, to 352.8 million. Of course, the valuable papers, the conferences and peer-reviewed journals and so on. So this is another page from the Metrology Institute. And I'm closing with testimonies. It's always good to hear what other people say. So these are testimonies that we have come across all the years that we are analyzing partnerships from funders, national research funders. And they are talking about how the streamlining of research priorities is much more than having EU funds available, even though they are very, very important. Imagine a widening country with small funds that can only put about 100,000 per call to be able to have access to a pool of projects that are worth 20 times more. So this is really incredible to think about it in that terms. And also the testimonies of researchers themselves, how important it is to collaborate and keep on collaborating, and how partnerships have given them the opportunity to deal with a unique field that they haven't done on their own or within national research programs. And with that, I'm going to finish up my talk, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Effie, and you'll be able to share that presentation, I'm sure, because I never want to use the cliche which is overused about food for thought, but there was a lot of food for thought, I think, there. And you can certainly ask questions to Effie because she's now going to be part of our panel, where we're going to go from theory to practice, and we're going to look at some concrete examples of alignment. Let me introduce our speakers who will come on stage. First of all, Mathieu Schuler, a background in risk analysis and risk management, head of division that includes risk assessment at the French National Food Agency, ANSES. And many of you are from PARC, which is the project that he is overseeing at the moment. Dr. Antoinetta Kuhar, head of the project office at the Agricultural Research Institute of Slovenia, and has experience of aligning EFSA and Horizon 2020 funding. Welcome. Zoe Musia, head of the Risk Assessment and Nutrition Directorate of the Hellenic Food Authority, and Zoe is also responsible for the national focal point of EFSA in Greece. And somebody who most probably doesn't need any introduction, Stefan Bronsver. He said it was like bonsoir, but it doesn't sound like bonsoir to me, who's EFSA's research coordinator. And we all know EFSA is this knowledge broker, this bridge, as we heard from Bernard at the beginning. So we really would like you to encourage you to ask the questions on the Slido. But of course, you can, as you've all made the journey here to Berlin, raise your hand and a microphone will go around too. If we don't get through all the questions, well, you know where the people are. They'll no doubt be in the parallel sessions this afternoon. Mathieu, let's look at something very concrete to begin with, which is PARC, this Partnership for the Assessment of Risks from Chemicals. Any reactions on what Effie said, and how does it relate to PARC?
Yes, in fact, thanks for the floor. What strikes me is that Effie has chosen the example of metrology. I think it's very interesting for us because they have big similarities. First of all, expertise of tomorrow is depending on the quality of research from today. So that's why these alignment processes deserve all our attention. And the other topic is also that this research, and I come back to Bernard's introduction point, the research that we need is not the one that is necessarily increasing the H-index factor, but and not also maybe providing the best publication in Nature or the Lancet. But what we need is, in fact, this bridge between the risk assessment entity and organization needs in order to be efficient and fit for purpose in their advice and the research communities. And that's why I think the European system, the European framework programs has made very big progresses in designing tools that enable this. And just to give an illustration of the evolution of the tools before, the tools were just links between policymakers and research teams. And now what is the one originality of PARC is that we have all together within this very, very big community, research teams, research institutions, agencies, national agencies for food and for risk assessment, and also the European agencies. So that's for me the point that has been new, and also the dimension, of course, with 28 countries, 400 billion euros budget. It's huge.
And what are the challenges of having such a big project in terms of alignment?
I see two types of challenges. Of course, there is the business as usual challenge, is that the quality of research that is produced here is flawless. It must be convincing, it must be the good evidence supporting our work from tomorrow in terms of risk assessment. But another part has to be sought, and that was also at the beginning of PARC when we thought at bringing it to intention and transforming ideas to intention, is that, of course, within the domain of chemical risk, there are different players. Industry has its own responsibility in producing data about the management of risk, the assessment of risk, but there is also a high expectation from the public of being able to produce also data that are somehow a balance to that. And that's why we have to be able, within the PARC community, not only to produce good methods, good data, but also to illustrate what is the political role of this data.
So you obviously hope in 7 years' time that you're going to be able to fill some of the data gaps. Are you also hoping that this will be a proof of concept, a successful concept of alignment?
I think the alignment comes from the fact that we discuss all together with the national agencies, the European agencies, about what is, where are the need. There are some very old chemicals still lurking within our environment, and there is no more industry to provide data for. This is a typical gap that we have to deal with. And then there are new emerging risks and also new challenges, like we will do less and less annual testing, so how to cope with it for new methodologies. So there are plenty of challenges to cope with, and I think there are pretty also good system within PARC to discuss and align the different community on that.
Stefan, EFSA is an associated partner in PARC. What are the benefits to you?
Yes, indeed. Thanks, first of all, for France to take the lead on this partnership. As we heard from Effie very clearly, it helps the alignment really in practice on strategies. And it took years, in fact, to prepare this. And now it's getting going with 200 partners, including the agencies. So it's EFSA, ECHA, as well as the Environmental Agency. We are involved as an associated partner, which means that we sit at the table also in agreeing on the priorities. And this is crucial because, in fact, they produce methodologies and data which will inform the regulatory science. So that's really crucial for us. Likewise, we will be interested as EFSA to engage with a number of other European partnerships. Some already were seen on the screen today. There's, for example, Sustainable Food Systems, which is at the moment the CSA preparing for that partnership, where EFSA is in the advisory board. There is the One Health AMR, where we're currently not so much involved, but where we think that One Health obviously needs also to include the food safety perspective. There is the Animal Health and Welfare Partnership that is under preparation, also by people in the room indeed, where we would want to partner in. Obviously, on a case-by-case, we need to assess what is the best engagement from our side, if we can be a partner, associated partner, or sit in advisory functions.
So this is all at program level, but as Effie was mentioning, there's project level. That's your level, Antoinetta, as the head of the project office at your institute. So tell us what works well in terms of alignment at project level and what doesn't work so well.
I should say that I was really enjoying very much Effie's presentation. The truth is that at micro level, at research organizations, so to speak, we are facing not that good alignment at operational and financial alignment level. So strategic ones is very well defined. We are following all the policy goals and all needs. But at the micro level, we are still competing between each other. Lots of competition is going on. And it is really frustrating for us to perform and to continue all strategic developments without operational and financial alignment. It's good that we are strategically aligned, and it's good that we are following EU policies. But my opinion is that especially for widening countries, it is necessary that at national level alignment is being put into place, and especially in terms of operational and financial. Otherwise, we cannot have enough capacities and we cannot talk the same language.
Is this a particular problem because Slovenia is a relatively small country?
This is really a particular problem. Slovenia is a tiny country, but with big ambitions, with lots of research areas underway. And we need to compete with the big guys. And I should say that our institute is quite successful in that, but still there are frustrations all the time.
Understood. EFSA research projects, what are your selection, your criteria for these?
Yeah, it's fair to say, first of all, that we're relatively new. Before, we didn't engage at all. We still don't engage at the level of application because we don't want to give undue competitive advantages to certain applicants. So we get engaged in a very limited number of research projects, which obviously need to fall in EFSA's remit, and where we feel, and also the counterparts feel, that we can make an added value, we can give an added value. In terms of alignment, I think it came very clearly from your message, from your presentation. If you talk about strategic alignment, you need to be in the boat early on. And there, in fact, it's important that it's not that we're not wait for the calls to come out, but we engage on a continuous basis with external researchers to formulate the research priorities that then will translate into calls. Already mentioned, basically we get involved mostly in advisory functions. It's a matter of resources, limited resources, also us, unfortunately, but we are keen to follow up, so both upstream to express our knowledge gaps and research needs that can be taken up, and downstream to make sure that the outcomes of the project also feed into our regulatory science.
Understood. Antoinetto was saying that the national countries are all competing for these calls. So food researchers, they know that there's funding opportunities related to food safety, but there's also funding opportunities on alignment too.
Yes, thank you. Well, actually, I want also to make a relative point about the engagement of less engaged countries in partnerships. There are specific measures that are being taken to encourage and increase participation of research communities in projects from less engaged countries. And these have been tested for a number of years now. There are several good practices that are being utilized within the partnerships, and also as an horizontal initiative, like, you may have heard of the Hop-On initiative, so that less engaged countries and other actors like, SMEs may get engaged into that. But besides that, it is not like a forward step to create a partnership that indeed are very ambitious, quite large, and they need large commitments. There is a step in between, and this is a so-called RARA call in Horizon Europe, and it supports the program-level coordination among interested countries. And of course, this will give the opportunity to the research communities of these countries to get engaged in setting up joint priorities, and this will already give a preparatory step that is important for these researchers to get benefits from the joint activities that later, will come on later.
So if you have questions, that was about WIDERA, do start putting them on Slido. And I will take questions with hands up when we get to the Q&A, but on the Slido, let's just see whether questions are coming in, and I'll take them as we get to them. So there we are. Yes, specific funds for alignment of national and EU research. That's some good news. Mathieu, you were at the advisory forum yesterday, I understand, and that's where we bring together EFSA and all the national food agencies, and you adopted a statement in support of RARA. Tell us a little bit about the statement there.
I think the statement is very clear. In fact, it calls for alignment type of action, also this type of networking action, all putting together our efforts and thoughts about managing this research community as a research community, and in order to be fit for purpose in the research results. What I wanted to, what I thought interesting also yesterday in this in the discussion, in fact, also the preparatory discussion we had, is that, in fact, Advisory Forum is also a window for discussing where are the needs, and in fact, alignment is not only, it also needs many discussion up front, because in order to be aligned for so many years, it's nearly 7 years within a program like PARC, you need many discussions so that both the tracks are clear, and also the efforts can be convergent in the future.
So we've talked about alignment at program level, project level. Let's now go to the focal point level. So Zoe, tell us about the focal points role.
Well, the focal points, as you know, is the ambassador of EFSA in member states, and being that they really, it's a connecting hub and act as a network to address the priorities and the needs of EFSA. They actually, according to EFI's presentation, they play a crucial role to make the alignment with either strategic that interact with national organizations that also collaborate with other national or EU research funders to ensure complementarity between MSc and EU research projects. And last year we had this experience. We really participated in an advisory working group to shape really the national research priorities and for the strategy actually for research development for the period of 2021 and 27. And it was really a very interesting exercise because academia was participating, a representative from the industry, regulatory bodies and risk managers like us as well. And we not only really covered the priorities, the theme priorities in the agro-food sector, but we had to design the appropriate intervention and actions in order to ensure national development strategy that was based in smart specialization driven by technology research and innovation. And I think it was a really very creative and very positive experience because it had strengthened the collaboration between all the national stakeholders and helped the industry, the food industry, to boost the competitive advantage and actually helped the local economy and help towards the sustainability and the development of the sustainable, resilient and competitive environment. So
you mentioned there shaping national priorities. Can you give us some concrete examples?
We were involved in, as I said, in the agro-food sector, and we were discussing about, let's say, food reformulation and healthy diets, what also the consumers get from that, and also about recyclability of packaging. So all that is involved in the food, and we had to design together all these, let's say, priorities and what should be done in order to go to the public consultation and define and be accepted the strategy, the national strategy for the next years. So according to our experience and our line of work and what is the information we get from EFSA, we really try to align with the national priorities.
Understood. And you're all about collaboration in risk assessments as well.
Yes. We also collaborate with organizations that are competent in EFSA's remit. And as I said, being connecting hubs and ambassadors of EFSA, there's a lot of information exchange. And we also get to know what are the needs as well. We convey this to EFSA. And we help build consortium. We identify experts and organizations. We give information and get information. So we collaborate. We do all these collaborations with the partners, national and from member states, in order to form consortia that apply for EFSA's call mainly and falling under EFSA's remit. And actually, we have very successful, been successful in that. Would you like some examples, let's say?
Always helps.
Okay, last one from remembered was the Speedo calls. We had to identify the experts at the national level to send them papers for the roadmap for actions. We got the comments back, conveyed them to EFSA, and then we had to inform this expert about the coming call. We also, research was also under fellowship schemes. We really try again to give information to these organizations in the country and get the experts and to help them form national consortia or within the EU in order to apply for fellowships, either as a fellow organization or host organizations. Last year, actually, I'm really glad because here I met people that have been in such fellowships and could share experience. But this is very important because it strengthens the collaboration, the engagement of the member states, and boosts the role of member states in this area to build a wider ecosystem for risk assessment, research as well, and for food safety. And this is very important. And this year we have expression of interest for host organizations. But also there are a lot of things that Focal Point does.
And I was going to say that you might have spotted that there are some other national Focal Point coordinators. You're not here alone. They're wearing blue bibs. And so people should go and approach them. And
yes.
What will they get if they approach them?
Thank you, Claire. Actually, I would grab this opportunity to invite all the participants to go to the stand and meet focal points from various member states and observer countries and have first-hand information about who they are and what their work is about. You're going to get some very interesting information that might be beneficial for you, how to collaborate with EFSA, or about activities and cooperation opportunities with EFSA, and how can you be involved as well as an expert in panels to apply all the organization to be among the competent organization if they meet the criteria of EFSA, to help with the preparatory work about drafting scientific opinions, to be also part of the fellowship programs. And also...
So lots of reasons to go up to them. I think she's a good saleswoman here for the EFSA focal points. Let me just go to Antoinetta, because it is all partnerships, they're all about opening up horizons, for the research community. And you've got partnerships with EFSA, the NEM Detect one. Early detection of blight in potato crops seems very important to me. And there's the Excalibur EU Horizon programme as well. So just tell us how the fact that you are collaborating with an EFSA programme and an EU Horizon, how do they open up horizons and build capacity for your researchers?
Yeah, we're collaborating on various types of projects, and NEM Detect is a great example of alignment, also from strategic and financial and operational point of view. It's EFSA co-financed project. We're working on early detection of nematodes in potatoes by applying modern remote sensing techniques. And this is a very good example because EFSA is financing part of the story and we are interested in developing the other part. And such stories are successful later because the problem exists and we are keen on working on it. EFSA is supporting us, and this is an example of a good collaboration and good alignment. And when we talk about Horizon 2020, It's really a massive sandbox to talk about. And Excalibur is one of the projects on which we are working on. And it is the multi-actor one that enables us to speak the same language. We should speak the same language with processors, with associations, with companies, with academia and research. And we should find the same language to deliver what we wanted and what we promised. And this is various microbial terms for soil. And this is really very important that we have the opportunity to act and to build on each other.
Absolutely. We are going to take questions. I can see so many questions are coming in. I also want to leave time because our moderators are going to pitch to you the sessions for the parallel. But so very briefly, there we are. I've set that one up for you to be brief here, Steph, because of course the one conference that was mentioned by Bernhard, and I'm sure many of you attended or at least watched remotely, and there was one session on how EU agencies can support the EU research agenda. A couple of takeaways from that one conference?
Definitely not easy. That's what we agreed on. We discussed, in fact, at that conference, that's quite some obstacles. First of all, the mandate, for example, we're given a certain mandate that we cannot simply go beyond, and that's very clear for sustainability. It's not in our mandate at the moment. So we're very keen to hear about the Commission's sustainable legislation on what that can mean. We also agreed that we can't wait to have it all sorted out and all the methodologies and the lack of metrics, for example, in sustainability. We need to get going. Another difficulty is that sometimes even if we would want to as agencies and we would agree, there's also vertical legislation. So it's not only the risk assessors, it's also the risk managers who are bound by legislation and have certain powers in one area and less powers in another. So there's quite some obstacles. I think that what was a kind of breakthrough at the One Health conference was the willingness that translated into finding best practices and start working together without having it all sorted out beforehand. And the good thing is that, in fact, we agreed to establish a One Health task force, interagency task force, which will be helpful also, for example, in advising on research needs, not only from EFSA's perspective, but from a One Health perspective. So hopefully that's a good start. To be continued.
Okay. Well, let me take the question on the Slido, which has got 14 votes. So this must be a very important one. Sometimes it feels that there's a tendency in funding the usual suspects in detriment of the new generation of scientists. How do we balance this? I don't know who would like to take this. I'm looking at Effie as the expert, but I'm not sure whether you want to take that one, but there's certainly a lot of people who want to know the answer.
Yeah, I can try.
And then Mathieu is keen on this one too.
Yeah, but please go.
Okay. Maybe if you can come back to the question, I will maybe make an answer which is also interesting for the third question, because in fact the two questions first, can we promote high-risk research, and do we invite new scientists? In fact, the question is not exactly there. There is no higher risk for research than being confronted to a question that do not vanish. In fact, the need, the research for safety is driven by the need. So in this case, even if you change hypothesis, even if you the need is still there, and so it is always a high risk to have no outcome, because when you want to identify what is leading to endocrine disruption pathways, what are the connection between early biological events and health events at the body level, through the organs, it's very, very complicated. So the risk of for our topics is very high, and so that's why my answer would be, we only need to embark on scientists who are convinced that they are also wanting to taking this risk with us, even if the outcome is not sure, and even if whatever their age is. In fact, it's not a matter of old scientists or new scientists. We need community that are ready to embark on the finalities for our works, which is again driven by the need of safety questions.
So not about the usual suspects, but it's about the mindset. Effie, you'd like to say something, and then Stefan.
Yes, I would like to say that program alignment does not really lead to excluding some types of specific research, whether it is here high impact or high risk. It may lead to overgeneralized call topics so that every country can see some of their own interests in there, in which case then it becomes difficult when the call topic is out for the research communities to identify their specific take, in this so wide call topic. At the same time, of course, there are practices to avoid that. And one of these practices is to engage the research community before the call topic is out, to perform some kind of consultation, wide events, inviting the research community and saying, how do you do this? How do you see this call topic? And of course, having the research community already involved in the step before to set the joint priorities. At the same time, researchers have said that the partnerships, which should be complementary in topics, in compared to other instruments, like, partnerships need to be established in areas of strategic importance, but at the same time, they need to address complementary topics to the ones addressed by Horizon Europe, for example. And the researchers have said that in many cases, partnerships deal with topics that are not addressed either by national funding or by European funding. So this is, extremely feeling the gap, extreme usefulness, and of course, whether to fund high impact, high risk, then it's up to those setting the priorities in the first end.
Stefan?
Maybe very quick, not to drag on, a very well-known problem, long-standing problem. There's some instruments, like the Hop-On already mentioned, RARA. European partnerships, I think, are a very practical way of getting engaged, because obviously the reasons why it's so difficult to get on board is that the competition is very high. You need to be very strong in writing up the proposal. Partnerships, when done, it's easier to get involved, maybe also, and they're very broad, so they involve a lot of countries, member states, also all the member states.
How to encourage participation in partnerships in a multidisciplinary way across sectors? Partnerships are in cluster silos.
I tend to disagree with this option, because I would say that they are in cluster silos only administratively, because, they have to be managed by specific units at the European Commission, and they are, they belong to clusters. But you can see there examples of partnerships that practically include everything in terms of scientific disciplines. So I would tend to disagree with that.
Direct question here for you, Mathieu. Would ANSES be willing to partner up and contribute to the EU-funded H2020 collaborative project Food Safety for EU, especially on the SRIA work package? There we are. They want a yes-no answer. Very journalistic question there. You most probably are going to say, let's see.
No, just to complete what Effie has said about the former question, just an illustration. If the partnership would be silos, then EFSA maybe would not be in park. So we try to have a broader view of the partnerships and integrate all the disciplines that are needed, and also when we disseminate results, there is a fair principle. The data that will be produced shall be reusable elsewhere. And maybe for the next questions, there are networking sessions foreseen within the program of the day. So that could be a very good. So just come to me, and Pascal is also here, and we will discuss about it during the networking sessions that are foreseen during the day.
Okay. I think we've done those top three. There's one here. Shouldn't all partnerships integrate the climate and planetary emergency? We've gone very broad there. Stefan?
I could offer a reflection. I think it's a bit the same in the One Health discussion this morning. I think finally we have a One Health definition, quadruple it, very broad. We all struggle what it means in practice for each of us. And I think it's the same here. Let's get going together, find out what we need, and then formalize and govern it, rather than the other way around. I think it's a bit the same here, actually.
Let's go and take that private sector question on, do you think it's feasible, useful to involve private companies in these partnerships?
I think, of course, yes. It has been an issue since the launch of it has been an issue since the foundation of the framework program, actually, involvement of small and medium-sized enterprises and the private sector in general. Anyway, for partnerships specifically, there are the co-programmed partnerships that are primarily driven by industrial associations. So this is the old joint undertakings, and some institutionalized ones as well. And there has been a plea based on the past experience to be much more open, to be much more transparent, and encourage the participation of smaller businesses. So this, of course, has is a constant topic that needs very much attention, and other additional initiatives like the Hope On is another measure too.
Because Effie, the second question there, and of course it disappears.
Oh, yeah.
Here it is, was what about the SMEs? Yes, because big consortiums apply for EU funds.
Yes. Yeah, yes. So it's the Europe.
Mathieu, you wanted to pick up on?
I just wanted to temper a bit. Of course, I think industry side has also experts. So when it comes to defining new methodologies for toxicity evaluation, for risk assessment and so on, it is of course probably interesting. But industry companies, they also have responsibilities in terms of what is their production safe and so on. So when it comes to priority setting of where does the community of partnership focus on, because we are data gaps, because we are old substances still in our environment, because we have new substances we are raising question about, there I think we should be more cautious, because we do not have the same role in the risk governance scheme.
EFSA question there, it's really a comment. Your criteria are too strict. Please, plus background, thus hindering participation with no real reason.
Come to session 2.
Come to session 2. We're going to get onto that in a moment. We can take a few more of these questions. There's just a comment there, I think, at the beginning about diversity is key. Biodiversity crisis is not mentioned. Indeed, there's the COP15, isn't there, going on at the moment, but it's key to soil health, climate robustness. Question about how can these partnerships help for capacity building in small countries? Antoinetta was mentioning a little bit on this, but whether you'd like to say something, and then Effie?
Please do. Okay. The problem with the small countries is really that it's like in genetics. If you have a small pool, then you have a problem. So it is always very important who is responsible of what in these small countries in terms of policy making and also giving opportunities. So who is directing the participation of the various actors in this partnership? So this is my impression from the smaller country we are coming. So if you could add something.
Yes, certainly. Actually, in RARA we did a country report on quite a number of small countries, including Estonia, for example. And the benefits from analyzing the situation there is that at the policy level, there has been better national coordination. Because of the participation in these partnerships, Estonia had to, get their act together. find a common voice at the national level between the different funding agencies, the different ministries, and also the research communities. So this was one of the things. Benefits at the researchers level. The researchers, because of the small mass of researchers, small research community in the country, they got to work with the best of the best all around Europe and beyond. And this was a very valuable additional opportunity, partnership funding, because Horizon 2020, when the report was done, funding was very competitive. The success rates in Horizon 2020 were about 11. In some of the partnerships, some certain types of partnerships, it went up to 20 and 25%. And also the partnerships, because of the measures they have to increase the participation of widening countries, they also applied specific measures, and they took researchers from these countries on approved projects. So there are a lot of benefits, and I guess that because there are these problems in smaller countries, the partnership instrument is a very important way out.
Thank you, Effie. Now, I promised that I would take a question from the floor, and of course I've forgotten to do that. Is there a burning question from the floor? Do raise your hand. Otherwise, of course, you can meet all of these people over lunch and in the parallel sessions. In that case, I can see that there are still some more questions. Again, I'm going to ask you to approach the people individually, because I do not want to keep you from food. As Marcus said, we have an emotional connection with food. What I would like you to do, though, is to first of all give a round of applause to our speakers. And then, if my timing is right, we're going to have a pitch session. And I've timed it so that people cannot go over their 1-minute elevator pitch for their parallel sessions. So please stay on the stage, everybody. Stefan, I think you're going to... Yeah, you start. There is no clock in this room. It has to be a trust game that he's not going to go over a minute. Okay? And he is going to pitch his session, and then we'll go to the two other moderators. Ready, steady, go.
Extra 10 seconds I asked to explain this procedure, because in the registration we asked you to select which breakout room, which we used that information to decide which breakout topic goes in which room. And there should be a slide actually coming up explaining who goes where.
Okay.
The rules of the game is that you can still change your mind today. It's not binding your choice. And I will try to convince you, and now my clock starts, why you want to be in session 1, not in session 2, as I earlier said, because there you will get practical questions on EFSA funding, also interesting, also session 3, good. But if you really want to go to the top floor in the Sky Lobby, you want to have a horizon view on what is happening in research funding, then join session 1. Because there we will go further in detail on what we discussed this morning on impactful research, a panel debate, and we will look for your input in there, and we will go further on the alignment debate, not stopping at challenges, but actually together looking for solutions. So you don't want to miss session 1. Session 1 is first, so make up your mind. Come to the Sky Lobby, the sky is the limit.
There we are. Some blue sky thinking there, and a view over Berlin in the mist. Felipe Melo Vasconcelos, you are responsible for session 2. Please give us your pitch.
Very much. Steph already invited you for the session 1, but I think that the first and the last one you can go and you take a look, but is the second that usually delight you, because we'll talk about funding tools, and to building up partnerships you need to know in practically. Come and join us on the session 2 in this great auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you. funding. And Alistair Wotherspoon, there we are. The bar is very high for session 3. Last but not least.
Okay, so I'm standing between you and lunch, which is a very difficult place to be. Thanks to my 2 previous colleagues, but of course you keep the best till last, don't you? So we're actually going to build a lot on what you've been hearing about just now, and we're going to be talking about the lived experience when you're involved in research, and that's about the barriers and enablers to getting priorities on the agenda, once you've got them funded, delivering the research effectively, particularly collaborative research when there are complex and large networks of interested parties who don't always agree, apparently, which is interesting, and then dealing with the tsunami of data that you get emerging to maximize the impact for stakeholders. Now, what you really need to know is that session 3 is in here. So I'm not going to bore you with any more facts. All I'm going to say is you have one simple decision. Do I stay or do I go? Now, as a Brit, that has a ring of familiarity about it on recent events. But anyway, we will see the results of the RARA referendum after lunch. And I hope you make the right decision, and I'll see you here. Or maybe not.
Yes, don't exit, I think, is the word there. And as Brits, we can only joke, but my goodness, with a heavy heart. Now, we've made it competitive, but we are going to, at the end of the day, bring back the rapporteurs from each session to give an overview so that you won't miss out. And if I could just ask the technicians, there's a slide which just says which room you go to for session 1, 2, or 3. Are you able to bring that slide up for us? Okay. Well, you know who the moderators are, and they can be like tour guides with an umbrella, apart from, obviously, Alistair, because it's based here.
So indeed, session 3 will be here. Session 2 is behind, at the other side of this wall, basically. And session 1, which is up on the 6th floor. And to get there, you need to follow the elevator close to the coffee.
Okay, so they all begin sharp at 1400. I just have to say, guten Appetit. Thank you. The last mile of communications is always the toughest one, especially at the end of the day. But you will see that we have some people who are going to entertain, educate, and inform you. They'll all be very familiar faces. We have the 3 rapporteurs from the parallel sessions, Akos Jozwiak, Matthew Ramon, and Simon Moore. And of course, we have Professor Carlos Neves, Chief Scientist at EFSA, and Dr. Pamela Byrne. You can also ask questions. You'll see that it says wrap-up session. We'll take some of those questions after everybody has wrapped up. And what we're going to do is that each of the rapporteurs have 5 minutes to present their key takeaways. And then Pamela and Carlos may ask questions, they may not, but they're certainly going to summarize and synthesize and say what's important for them and what they think might be actionable. And then we'll move to the next rapporteur. So that's the beginning of this session. So let's start. Akos, you have the parallel session 1, Research and Innovation Programming Environment for Regulatory Science. Please give us your takeaways.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We had 2 parts in our session. First was on impactful research, and the second part was about synergies. And the panel started to discuss about how to define impact and how to exactly measure it or define it at the stage of the planning, implementation, and monitoring of the different projects. What was interesting, and I think as a message is very important, that Horizon Europe is turning towards a more impact-driven program, which means that they measure impact on scientific, economic, and societal levels or dimensions, also in 3 different timescales, the short and medium and long-term timescales, which I think gives a good perspective on what impact might be. Still, it is a very complex system, I believe, but this is still a complex area where we are working. We also discussed cost actions, and they also measure impact in terms of societal and scientific results, which is, I think, a good news. But then it was asked, and how exactly produce impactful research in that relation? And I think one of the key outcomes was that we have to align with long-term strategies, break down these different objectives into tangible project ideas, measure the impact continuously from even before the beginning till the end, and even beyond the end, after the project is completed, on different dimensions and timescales. And this could be a way forward, and also a way forward in terms of how to connect food safety to the more systems approach and sustainability approach. In the second part, we had a discussion about synergies, and it was also the first set of questions about how to define synergies. There are different dimensions, like avoiding duplication or effectiveness in using resources, complementarity, mutual learning. So there is a lot of aspects to synergies as well. There was, I think, a lot of overlaps between synergies and impacts. But what we learned from the One Health EGP is that networking, sharing contacts, information, and the possibility to connect with others is maybe the most valuable thing of all of these. Also, the importance of partnerships was highlighted. So a lot of synergies, networking, and partnerships was discussed. And also, I think what was, by the end of this whole session, how to avoid really duplication and how to be better aligned. And there were several answers. One was an interesting idea about some kind of an assessment at the initial stages of the projects that they should map what are the similar projects which are ongoing, and to investigate a bit this landscape and to, if possible, to join and align with these different efforts. And also, it was raised that maybe some kind of practical tools or databases using or not using AI to help all the scientists, programmers, project officers to know about each other and to avoid duplication. And as a last message, it was highlighted that the human capital, the human resources, these people, everyone here in the room, is extremely important to operate these systems. For now, I think that's a summary from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Pamela and Carlos, any questions to Akos?
I have just one very small. I think it's on. Thank you very much, Akos. Just a very small little question to know if you mentioned avoid duplication. I'm on board. Let's not have two projects on topic A, if we can get together and do one. But did you also discuss how can we then also, because one thing is let's not have two projects on topic A, we go for one, but then we make 4 risk assessments out of that one. One in the south, one in the north, one here, one there. Did you also address, how do we ensure that we avoid duplication along the entire line?
Very briefly, it was touched upon, and I think the solution is very similar. It's about knowing about this. So it's kind of a knowledge management question for me, that to know about all these initiatives and maybe to map them as a part of the project, maybe to have a central or multiple databases on that who is doing what. But certainly this is the trick in it, I think. And a very systematic, tedious work is needed here, I think, to map these and to maintain this knowledge in the whole community. Yeah, thanks.
Pamela.
Yeah, just a very quick question. Thanks, Akash, for the feedback from the session. You talked about measuring impact. Do we need to think about developing new mechanisms to measure impact within the context of the environment within which we're working now, but will have to work in the future?
That's a good question. I think what is happening now in Horizon Europe is moving towards this impact-driven research. And I think it needs time to see whether these measurement indicators, the whole system is fine or not. But I think we need a discussion on these, how to measure maybe other types of impacts, how to measure impacts, which was very much aligned, I think, what was discussed in the morning, that what is the common denominator, how we could measure the societal, environmental, sustainability, safety, and other aspects as well in a same or similar dimension. And this kind of discussion I think we miss. And also I think we miss in food safety that maybe we didn't do this exercise of breaking down high-level strategic objectives of food safety and sustainability systematically to the low-level objectives and to see how they align, the bottom with the top. And I think this is something which maybe could be done.
Okay. So I'll ask Pamela and Carlos for what struck them and what do they think is actionable in the short, mid, long term, however long you'd like to see the long term as. Pamela, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, thanks. And as I just reflect, and obviously not having been in this session, but just even some of what you're saying, Akash, I think that idea of how do we take the high-level strategic thinking and really start to drill down into setting out very clear objectives, but equally, how do we then, having implemented the actions and the tasks under those objectives, roll those back up to demonstrate that we've actually achieved what it is we set out to achieve in the first instance. And I think your suggestion around a discussion around measuring impact within this new context or construct of sustainability is going to be really important for us to think very carefully about, because we probably have, I would say, one chance to get it right. We need to start thinking now about how do we do that if Horizon Europe is going to be measuring this. We all need to know what we might need to contribute to that discussion around measurement. Thank you.
Carlos.
I think I will also focus on the impact, because there is no doubt that it's a key element of the scientific process. But what I take here and as a reflection is, one thing is, the metrics, how do we ensure that we know what impact is? But I would also raise here the thought of how do we sustain this impact, The long, you mentioned correctly, the short, medium and long term. You gave the example of One Health. I mean, I'm a little biased. I've been part of the EGP One Health. The impact today is gigantic. How do we ensure that in 5 or 10 years it's still there? So how do we circulate this knowledge into a community of risk assessors or other disciplines? So I would say, how do we measure and sustain over time impact is something that scientists need to know. It doesn't finish anymore with the paper in Science, though it's nice, but it doesn't stop there. It can't stop there.
Akos, a concluding remark?
Maybe one, that we need really these discussions, but also I would like to move beyond and really see the long-term impact. Not only 2, 3, 5 years, but 20 years, 30 years. And this is a very exciting exercise, or maybe a philosophical a bit, but still I think this is the real thing which we are striving for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So that was the first parallel session. Now, as you can see, we've got parallel session 2. What more can EFSA and national funding do together to prepare for risk assessment challenges? Matthew, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon from my side. I see that I'm less modern than my colleagues, so bear with me when I go through these scribbles. So the aim of our session was really to try to look at the future of risk assessment challenges, how to best align funding efforts, and how can we inform the EU risk research agenda. Just to say, our session was quite practical. I mean, so it was really diving into in these aspects. I would say with 3 talks, we started to explain a bit what partnerships meant and also the funding opportunities. And after that, we went to 2 examples to explain a bit how this collaboration has worked from a member state perspective, but also from an EFSA's perspective. So first, partnerships, we kind of define them as stems out from long-term trust-based relationships that are projects that need co-investment, co-creation, and have also a win-win aspect. At this point in time, we have EFSA is open for many routes of engagement, and that allows us to identify the needs for these partnerships, where, of course, that will be very useful to be able to establish these partnerships in the future. The grants, I think many people are familiar with that. They're a risk assessment, therefore risk assessment needs, but also capacity building. Article 36 organizations can apply for them, and it's not possible to subcontract the core tasks of a grant. And the discussion was also about what is the difference with the procurement. Procurement was more about the EU public funding rules, allowing only EU-established institutions to be able to apply for those, but subcontraction can actually be happening outside, from outside the EU, in a framework contract or through a direct contract. So you see, we were really going into details about these different funding opportunities. And the discussions afterwards was also really about the different form of fundings and grants, but also possibilities again for institutions and experts outside the EU to apply for these kind of funding opportunities. Then we had a presentation from Anna Canals, who explained a little bit more on the framework partnership agreements Eurosigua projects. That, I have to say, we learned a lot from the practical implementation of this Eurosigua project, where she explained a little bit more about how successful project proposals can be submitted. She said that they were tailor-made by EFSA and Spain together, so we had a lot of talks, a lot of exchanges, which allows also for a flexible approach. They need to be connected in some way to EFSA strategy and also the emerging risk identification, so that makes it easier to also get the proposal going through. Also responding to EFSA targets, for example, in this case, it was with the CLEFSA, with the climate project that we have also run from EFSA side. Not country-specific. The needs needs to be also multiple country, and an issue that is actually let's say, needed for multiple different countries, and therefore also the projects can be much more, let's say, carried by different member states. Next to the fact that we have these different countries, I also have many collaborators around the world that could contribute to this project. Then I think the last thing that she said was that we need a lot of patience, diplomacy, and time for these type of projects. So I think that is probably true for every project. Then we had a presentation, this is the last point that I want to raise, from Claudia Heppner from EFSA, about a new approach methodology and how to address knowledge gaps. And because you know that we need to keep on delivering on safe food and scientific opinions on safe food, but therefore, of course, we need to follow the new trends and methodology, and we need to be able to be prepared for these new trends and methodologies. And therefore, also, of course, collaboration is super, super important to be able to gather the knowledge that is available in our ecosystem in some way. And that is very, really nicely, let's say, addressed by the SPEEDO project on new approach methodologies, where a concept, a roadmap, projects, and the uptake were actually all discussed with many, many different partners, and was actually a really strong co-creation effort to be able to get to identify the needs and the opportunities together with the partners, not only from EFSA side, but really together with the different partners around Europe and the world. And so these projects then will lead to hopefully guidance documents on integration in the risk assessment science, but also helps to build capacity in Europe, let's say, to address these discussions. Voilà. So I think that was based on the three main talks that we had in the session, a bit of the main outcomes, I think.
Thank you very, very much. Pamela.
Yeah, thanks. It sounds like it was a really practical discussion outlining all of the various different examples and experiences that we've had. I suppose when we look at the next kind of phase, you know, is there more, or did the discussion identify what more could be done over and above what's already there, or is what's already there enough?
Yeah, I think the discussion went much more into how to what we already have, how can actually we use that? I mean, how can we use the funding? How can we use the grants? And I mean, and these examples that we have from both the member state and also from EFSA really try to showcase how we can use these current tools that we have and fundings. So we didn't go beyond that, I have to say.
Yeah, Carlos. Yes, please
do. Not for a question, because I joined that session, but at least for the comments. I'll start with those on this side. The thing that struck me most on this was perhaps the example, because we addressed some of the very technical questions on how can EFSA make this easier, how can the Commission put money there. But then we had, I would say, a rather inspiring example also on how can four of us together make EFSA and the Commission do that. And it was really a bottom-up approach on how creating, on how this co-creation based, of course, on a problem. There's no doubt about that. But how teaming up and how being perseverant, because they showed a timeline that took 4 to 5 years before the project, and then another 4 years. So that was actually a striking example that funding is complex, and there is procedures, there is rules, but it's a process where a team spirit and a unity of purpose, based on trust, based on, of course, interest, there need to be convergence, actually got there. So they had an idea, they pushed for it, they got it. And they got it twice because they're on the second round of it. So that was actually an interesting, because most of the discussions were top-down. This was a nice bottom-up.
Thank you very much. Pamela?
Yeah, maybe just a reflection, and I wasn't at this session, but I'm struck by what you said, Carlos, in terms of problems. So, we talk about, future risk assessment challenges, we talk about challenges around definitions, etc., methodologies, and many, many things. I suppose I have to ask the question, and we ask this all the time in the Food Safety Authority of Ireland, do we really understand the problem that we're trying to solve? And have we spent enough time really defining the problem as clearly as we need to in order to then be able to communicate the issue to whomever we need to communicate it to, who then can help us solve that problem? And I think perhaps maybe we as a regulatory community, and I speak about myself, but within the regulatory community we have obviously risk managers, risk assessors and risk communicators, and we rely very much on academia. But I wonder, is there a way in which we could think about how do we better define the problems that we're facing so that we can better articulate the issue to those who can then support us to solve the problem into the future?
Yeah. Matthew, would you like to respond to that point about having to better work out the problem first?
Well, it's not so easy, but we had a bit of a discussion to see on how the member states or basically the partners could contribute to different issues, and how can they identify issues that are important for EFSA. So I think we explained a little bit there that EFSA is trying to reach out in many, many occasions, also when it has problems in the protocol development and problem formulation aspects. I think from there, and also of course we're trying to engage with the ecosystem to try to really learn what the issues are, what the preparedness issues are. I think that is very important, that we be able to share this knowledge together. And that we be able to identify these issues together. And I think by joining many of these engagement activities, I think also there you will be able to learn where the issues are that EFSA is still struggling with and where you could potentially contribute with your knowledge. And I think that's the bit of the discussion we had. So not perhaps a direct answer to your question, but discussion, just to go back a little bit on the discussion that we had. Yeah.
And I pose the question only to all of us, not just necessarily for it to have been answered in this session, but I think you make an important point about providing, the ecosystem within which we can share the information. I think some of what I've been hearing is that we have a lot of information. Sometimes we don't share it either in the right way or through the right words that then resonate with the people it needs to resonate for them to then take the action that's required in order to solve the issue. I've been in this environment for a number of years, and one of the things that always comes up, and it came up as well in our discussion in session 3, was around communication, better communication. And I really do think that we need to start to really understand, well, what does that mean to all of the various different actors? When we think about the slide that was put up this morning by the Commission on Farm to Fork, and we look at all of those actors, how you communicate to farmers is not the same as how you communicate to academics, nor to policymakers, nor to consumers or citizens. So we really do need to think, and I know EFSA is doing a lot of work on this in relation to how do we better communicate risk in one instance, but how do we better communicate to the various different actors, because we're not going to be able to have the transformation that we seek in the food system if we're not able to articulate and communicate the problems that we're trying to solve. So I think we can do better. I just don't know how yet, but I'm sure we can figure that out together. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was parallel session 2. Thank you very, very much, Matthew and Pamela and Carlos. Let's then move to parallel session 3. Simon Moore was the rapporteur, and this was on food safety research needs prioritization and involvement of the risk assessor community. Simon, please, your takeaways.
Thanks very much. Just before I start, one of the points that came up in our session was about young people. And I'd like to acknowledge the young people who are here, and particularly the EU Fora Fellows. And we're greatly encouraged, the young people who are interested in the work that we do. In the third parallel session, as was mentioned by Claire, there was a focus on prioritisation and involvement of the risk assessment community, namely the opportunities offered by this community in fostering food safety research and translating results into evidence for risk assessment. And a key message from the session was the commitment of the wider risk assessment community to improve food safety, working together to identify, to prioritise and to support research projects. There's much that we do well, and in particular I think a key message that came from the session was the involvement of risk assessors in research projects. That's in an advisory capacity, involvement in follow-up projects, and in using project outcomes in risk assessment. But there certainly was a reflection on the need, on the importance of communication and for strong interactions between all stakeholders. The second key theme, and again where progress is being made, considerable progress is being made, is in translating research results into evidence for risk assessment. Certainly there are challenges in terms of standards and formats, and we highlighted the importance of data quality and also the need for a roadmap from concept through to implementation in a regulatory framework. But the key challenge that really emerged from the third session was the involvement of the risk assessment community in the research cycle. The questions such as how are needs addressed, how are risk assessment actors involved in the steps between formulating research needs and the eventual outcome. And there was a reflection from member states, and indeed it was from the whole audience, who spoke of the limited options available to influence EU food safety research, the complexity of the national and EU research funding structure, and also the lack of familiarity of regulators with the research landscape. So that was very much the view of the audience in the discussion that we had. Further, the Commission highlighted, looking from the perspective of risk managers, the Commission highlighted the ongoing work to facilitate interaction between EFSA and the EU research community, the considerable time and resource that has been committed to assess the state of play, to define gaps and priority needs. And this was illustrated, for example, in the area of bee health. And also the challenges in fitting these identified needs within the complex landscape that is Horizon Europe. These challenges, and this was highlighted in the session, these challenges highlight the value and importance of the collaborative platform that's been developed by EFSA and member states over a series of years. Essentially, a network of networks that includes the advisory forum, the focal point network, the Article 36 organisations, and also a series of other scientific networks and international networks as well. And it's through these networks we have an opportunity, even those member states that are small and those member states that don't feel as able to influence the agenda, to contribute to country-level efforts to collect knowledge gaps and research, communicate research needs to inform both national and EU research agendas. So the discussion was very much that these networks offer the opportunity to triage and to identify. So as a final remark, we noted the importance of these networks and the opportunity that they provide to inform future activities in research agenda setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Carlos, Pam, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Just one remark or question, Simon. Because you highlighted quite strongly the need for a collaborative effort, you know, that we need to approach the risk assessors even more for the scientific community. But I mean, if I'm going to be bold and say that might need a transformation of minds, of hearts, but especially of minds. And I wonder if education was addressed in this topic. You know, are we educating the different components of the system, the scientists, the risk assessors, the risk managers, the communicators? Are we teaching these people, especially the next generation, to think differently, to think collaborative, to think out of the silos? Was that part of the discussion?
Carlos, there was, education was certainly mentioned. It was particularly mentioned in the context of, for example, regulators not understanding the research scene, or indeed us understanding the perspective of risk managers. And it was highlighted that would help greatly in terms of collaboration, certainly that we understood what was this perspective of those we were seeking to collaborate with. And indeed, one colleague spoke in some detail about the development of case studies within a research project that involved all of the stakeholders around the table at the same time, and that being particularly helpful in terms of essentially understanding different perspectives and priorities. Thank you.
Pam.
Maybe just a comment, because I sat in on that session and it was, and thank you, Simon, for sharing back the feedback. I think that one of the things that was also interesting was in terms of even how do we measure the impact of research? And of course, our funding mechanisms to now have been, and albeit that they are changing, have been very much driven by the need to drive economic growth in terms of new products, new innovations, new ingredients, new technologies, etc. And that was fit for purpose at that time and was and still is fit for purpose to a degree, but there's a need for us to, and you talked about a mindset shift, I think there is a requirement for a mindset shift from all of us to really understand how do we use what we have, but equally identify what we need, and how do we then work together in order to really create that transformational change that's required. And within that, regulators need to understand the research funding landscape, and as a regulator who hasn't got research as a core part of their mandate, doesn't fully, it's not their day-to-day, it's not what they do on a regular basis, they have to really work hard to understand what does that research funding landscape look like, and how do I, as a regulator or a competent authority, navigate that in order for me to be able to get my regulatory science needs met. And then I'm really at the mercy of the process for the research issue that I have to be funded. So I think there's probably one of the key takeaways for me is that perhaps maybe we can think about how do we, and the focal points do this and will do this more, is really getting, providing a mechanism by which there's a greater opportunity for that sharing, that learning and that education of the various different actors, so that we really truly can understand how do we navigate this together in a way that will deliver real impact into the future. And I think some of the practical case studies that were described during the session were really great at demonstrating the fact that when you bring the risk assessment community in early, you have a better chance of achieving outcomes that are going to really deliver impact. And that was something that was, I think we need to contain and continue that thread throughout the research funding investments, which it looks like it's the direction of travel at a European level. And I would say it needs to be also the direction of travel at a national level as well, because at a European level, it's one way, but we have to do this at a national level as well, and that creates another opportunity for better alignment.
Carlos.
No, so just perhaps one final comment. I mean, I already mentioned the education component, which I think is very relevant. But I also take here the home message of this need to bring elements closer. And Simon highlighted several times here on how we involve risk assessors earlier, how to create a new dynamic with putting the questions, framing the problems. This was also, I think, over the two. But here I would also perhaps highlight, and I guess it probably came through the discussion, also the component of everyone else around us. You know, there is a society that is perhaps now much more driving. You know, it's not just about economic growth, as you were mentioning. Now we need to make it sustainable. We need to make it generational oriented, and we need to make sure that the people are on board. And this will also be a challenge for how we risk assessors, I mean, I'm on the risk assessor side, prioritize, communicate, and do our job. And this, I think, will be something to reflect on our side, but also on the scientist side. You know, this is very popular, you know, science for society, how you bring the people there out in the streets into the scientific process. Not at the end, you know, you don't communicate results. So how we prioritize might also, in the future, mean that different people need to sit at the table to make that decision. And that will be, once again, a transformative change.
And if I may make one other remark, one of the other areas that emerged through our discussion, and I think it's been a bit of a thread throughout today's events and part of my thinking and reflecting back, is around regulatory science. This was a phrase that was not used. It's only been used in the last number of years, and we are using it as regulators, and we're talking about the need for science to inform our regulatory decision-making processes. From a risk assessment point of view, also equally science needs to feed into how do we do risk communication better, and equally how do we take better risk management decisions, because if you think about, you know, the complexity of risk management decisions, they do require access to evidence, information, expertise, etc., to allow us to make the best decisions that we can make in order to protect consumers. I suppose, how do we start to really tell the story about how important it is for regulatory science, because I'm not too sure it's landing where it needs to land, and perhaps we need to think, and perhaps EFSA and the member states need to think a little bit better about how do we communicate, describe, define regulatory science so that people really fully understand, because it is going to require a mindset shift for people to see themselves even contributing to this space, and perhaps maybe becoming more focused on the regulatory science area.
Carlos, you wanted to add something on the regulatory science? Simon, the floor is yours, either to reflect on what Carlos and Pam have just said or to have the final word as a wrap-up.
I think there was three things that struck me. The first one in the area of the role of member states feeding into both national and EU level research funding, or more importantly, research prioritisation. One is the network of networks. I think absolutely is the way forward. I think we need to get it right, and we need to get it right quickly, because we know that the demands will become increasingly complex as we move towards really difficult, as we continue to move towards really difficult societal challenges, bringing the issue of sustainability assessment as well as safety or risk assessment. And I think the third thing is, Pamela, you're absolutely right in terms of regulatory science. It isn't a term that probably is well understood outside this room, and yet we absolutely need to ensure that that does become understood, that we do attract young people, that our scientific colleagues understand the importance of their work more broadly in a legislative context. So all of those things I see as important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our rapporteurs and to Pamela and Carlos. Now, if there were any questions about what you've heard, then we can certainly answer some of them on the slido.com #wrap up session. So if there are any questions, please show them on the screen. I do, however, see that Mathieu has got his hand raised and he's sitting in a very good place so that we can all see him. Please, Mathieu, your question or comment, and if there's a question, to whom?
A question and a comment. I will start with the question for session number 3 discussion that we have. I was surprised that one term was not used in all the discussion, and it's probably some part, maybe not a gold mine, but an interesting material that is already at hand. All the opinions that are published by EFSA, by BFR, by all of our agencies contains, of course, conclusion and recommendation for the decision makers, for the risk managers, but they also have plenty of recommendation for research. Because in fact, the panels, when they have worked on a topic, they have identified uncertainties, sources for difficulties to draw out the conclusions, and they have plenty of recommendation for research. And I think this is a very important material when coming to prioritization and making the link between risk assessors and the future research programs. So that was the question. And of course, if it's brought not only through papers, but also through people who have written these papers and can discuss about them, it's probably all the more valuable. This you have already said. And just the comment, I didn't plan it, but okay, I heard about regulatory science. So the one who know me know I am already reluctant about using the term. Of course, I understand very well that science that we use is aimed at preparing a risk assessment for regulatory purpose. But my warning about that is that what we have seen, and maybe it's some typical French discussion, but what we have seen is that when you have this music running about there is one regulatory science, so-called the good ones, other people say, okay, no, we are making the pure one, the academic one, and so they start to be some discussion about who is the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I will finish with this.
Okay, so to me that sounded like 2 comments, but perhaps there was a question in the first part. Simon.
Yes, and I might need to turn to my EFSA colleagues to help me here, but the issue of recommendations in EFSA opinions, certainly there's a lot of them, and there has been work in the past to essentially sieve those and to identify those to be passed on to the Commission. My understanding, and I stand corrected, but my understanding is there's a lot of them and it has been very difficult to prioritise, and that really has been problematic. And here, I think particularly through discussions within EFSA and with member states offers an opportunity for a process of triage that could be helpful. But certainly they're a rich source of information, but in a way it's perhaps not well ordered and has been difficult to interpret to this point.
Carlos, you'd like to comment?
Just answering as well, and very much in the line of what Simon just mentioned, there is indeed an amazing body of knowledge that has been created over the years. It's a challenge of prioritizing, so we need to sort that out and have a consolidated message. But then it goes a little in what will be my final remarks, but then we really need to team up. Of course, I take it as part of my job to ensure that what some of the recommendations of EFSA reach the table of those that are RTD. But here are 27 member states, and I'm quite sure they will listen to all of you before they listen to me. So should we then prioritize number 1, team up number 2, and then make a real effort to make sure that do not open on something new? Or please help us to take this forward. This type of teamwork, I mean, we talk a lot about One Health. This is One Health as well, by the way. Huh? So here we have some work to do, but I would say that we have been doing it. And some of the partnerships, as they come out, are the result of this prioritization.
Indeed, the importance of joining forces, as you were saying. Let's take a question there at the top, which says, isn't the challenge that there is just too much information out there and that it is too difficult to digest it in a fruitful manner? Carlos.
No.
Yes, sorry, Akos.
That's a very good question. And I think that's, it touches a very favorite area with me, that indeed, and this is the problem, and this is kind of a knowledge management question, as I said. And what is interesting about knowledge management, that we are still rely on databases which are tabular formats, and the human brain is not a tabular one. And it would be very nice to come up, and in fact there is a lot of research ongoing in the last 5 to 10 years on these tools, that how to manage knowledge in a network way, how to connect the dots with each other, how to make a human brain-like system where you could put in information and retrieve information very quickly to manage this complexity. And this is something which I think not only this domain of food safety, but other domains should embrace as well. And to embrace the idea that, yes, there are advances in information science, neurobiology, AI, which could help us in managing this enormous amount of knowledge.
Carlos, did you want to add anything?
No, I think Akos also, I mean, it was a very practical solution. I mean, coming from academia, you know, you always learn that knowledge takes no space. So it's never too much of. But coming out of 2 years of coronavirus, for example, you may recall that in 2019 there were 720 papers on corona, and last year there were 120,000. So knowledge takes space, and perhaps 40% of those, well, are of questionable quality. So it's both about creation, but also managing knowledge, and I think that Akos, as mentioned, it covered very well, that we need to take the new, we will not be able to stop the speed with which society is producing knowledge. We just need to keep up and catch up using perhaps new tools like you mentioned.
And Akos, session 1, you underline the importance of avoiding duplication, but don't you think duplication can be useful for double checking and confirming results?
Absolutely. Again, that's, I think, a matter of balancing, that what is obviously duplication in a way, or in a sort of a way, it helps in finding maybe a better model, a better tool, a better research approach, but it shall be a discussion about that. So some level of duplication is desirable, but overdoing again the same exercise is obviously not. So there is no clear answer to that, but clearly I think a discussion is needed about that to define that what is the duplication, what we try to avoid, and what is what we desire to have, like a sort of validation or having the best answer to a scientific question.
And we've got a very philosophical question there, which I'm sure could be a whole conference in itself. To deal with all these challenges, shouldn't the ethical dimension be integrated into the One Health policy to boost the realization of the SDGs and Green Deal? Ethics. Simon?
I would say absolutely, but the issue we have here is the purpose of the work we do is to provide clarity as to what the science says. Ethics is incredibly important, but it's very much coloured by society and by other issues, and it's really one of the key components that would be considered by risk managers. But I would suggest that our purpose here is to provide clarity to risk managers about the science, and they would incorporate those ethical considerations in amongst the political, the economic, the logistic, when they make their decisions.
I think it was you, Pamela, who mentioned regulatory science. Matthew saying, you know, what is this? Would the regulatory scientists know what they need?
This is a really interesting question because, so I talk about regulatory science, not scientists.
Right.
So you could have it, and I think this is where we need to really have a discussion around, well, what do we mean when we speak about regulatory scientists or regulatory science? But as I see it, regulatory science is about generating the scientific knowledge, data, and information that we need to take really strong, robust regulatory decisions. When you talk about scientists, regulatory scientists, of course, those scientists exist within risk assessment organizations. They exist in many different types of organizations at a competent authority level within member states. How do they connect is one thing at a national level, at a European level, but equally at a global level. But what I would also say is that there are scientists within academia who are undertaking work or who could undertake work that could inform regulatory science requirements and requests. I do think we, as regulators, do have an understanding, and maybe we don't have everything ticked off in terms of we know exactly what it is we want, but we have, EFSA has pulled together a paper which is defined as research priorities. The FSAI has published its research priorities, and we do this on a regular basis. So we're very clearly saying as a regulator, this is what we need. The mechanisms as to how we get what we need done are complex, and of course that's partly why the issue was raised around raising an understanding amongst regulators as to how do you navigate that complex research funding landscape. And then once you've had the research funded, and the research is carried out, the question then becomes how do you then translate that research to the regulators in a way that they can use it to inform decision making. But I'd equally say, and we talked a lot about science to policy makers, there's a need really for understanding or to try and understand how do we better communicate science to regulators, and how do regulators better receive and understand that science as well, that they can then use it in the context of their decision making. So I think we could probably have many discussions around this. I think there are many different opinions, but isn't that what debate and dialogue is really about? And I think in this space, today and events like this is really about teasing out what do we exactly mean. And my view may not necessarily be the view that's subscribed to by everybody in the audience. Obviously, it isn't in all cases, but that said, it's through these discussions that I think we will come to consensus, because the other thing that emerged out of some of the discussions today was the inconsistent language that's used. So we all use different words and they mean different things to different people. And until such time as we get clarity around even, the definitions, and I think Akash, you brought up about definitions, defining synergies, defining impact, means different things to different people in different contexts. And perhaps we need to spend another day figuring out what all of those pieces mean so that when we pull them all together, we're all clear about where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one looks to me like a comment rather than a question, unless I'm missing something. The shift from food safety to sustainability of food systems requests cross-cutting approaches between the EU and national agencies and authorities.
Well, it's a comment, but and if I'm going to be a little picky with the wording, personally, I don't like this idea of the shift. No, we don't need to shift. We need to make sure that we can reach sustainable food systems by maintaining food security and food safety. Food safety is part, so we're not changing from A to B, we're just making, don't lose A as you drive to B. We can't afford to lose it. And if I would complete the sentence, EU, check, national agencies, authorities, check, but we'll never get the job done if we just stay on that side of the fence. There are a variety of stakeholders, there is a variety of engaged people, not to mention, the person, the consumer, that need to be brought into these cross-cutting approaches. So with those two orthographic corrections, I sign under.
There we are, always very dangerous to start wordsmithing. Pamela, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I'm not too sure it's about cross-cutting approaches, but maybe it's about working in a different way. So we have, ministries of agriculture, ministries of health, ministries of enterprise, ministries of research, ministries of environment, all working in silos. And I think the point was made today that, we are where we are because, and that's the way we've grown up, that's the way we've learned how to do things, that's the way we've operated, and it has served us well. Now the environment within which we have to deal with and tackle the challenges is a different environment. It's requiring us to think about how do we work in a different way to solve these problems. I'll call out a specific example, and it's not necessarily specifically in the area of sustainability, however, it is in the area of legislation. There's been an ongoing discussion at European level around the revision of the food information to the consumer legislation. And, classically within Ireland, the policy lead for that particular piece of legislation is within the Ministry of Health. However, Ministry of Agriculture has, as we would describe, skin in the game in that, in terms of they have a real interest in making sure that that framework does serve the industry well. But equally now, because of the discussion around circular economy, because of the discussions around trade, and because of the discussions around environmental impact of packaging on food materials, etc., we brought together at a national level policymakers from enterprise, environment, agriculture and health. And from that, then we were able to, identify all the various different challenges that each individual policymaker was experiencing. And we're now in the process of pulling that together to come up with a very clear national position that will serve us well. But I think that's a demonstration of how we're going to have to work differently. And I think not alone do we need to do that at member state level, we need to do that obviously, and there's some of that going on at a European level. But I think, the context within which we're working absolutely requires us to work in a very, very different way in the future.
Thank you very much, Pamela, for concluding that session with our rapporteurs. Thank you for being so concise and the questions and reinforcing those messages. Let's then pass on to the last part of this wrap-up session, where we're going to have some closing remarks from key people. And I'd like to introduce you to Lucia Peharic, who's a toxicologist and physician at the Slovenian Institute for Public Health. And Lucia is going to talk about that RARA Objective 2 on alignment that we were talking about this morning. Lucia, the lectern is all of yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. I shall cite my compatriot Antoinetta Kuchar, who said that this morning, a small genetic pool creates problems. Now, my task is to explain how a small country can actually address the challenges that we have discussed. Yes, a small genetic pool may create problems, but there's a good side to it, and that is that in a small country like Slovenia with 2 million inhabitants, the scientific community and the regulatory community, well, we tend to know each other more or less. So it then sometimes makes it easier to bring people together and to encourage them to cooperate. And I'm quite pleased that in PARC, which I think the project which will bring lots of the issues discussed today to a different level, there are 11 institutions from Slovenia which are involved. For a small country, that's quite a lot, I would say. But yeah, it did take a lot of effort, a lot of private time to bring these people together. And there also was COVID, so people didn't travel much, so it was perhaps more easy to get them onto online meetings and, to make them take time to join the project. And another one comes from my personal experience when I lived abroad and then I returned to Slovenia just shortly before we joined the EU. And at the time we had a lot of, how shall I say, well, project money to bring our legislation, to be able to implement the European legislation according to the expectations. And I benefited from a study visit or working visit to the British Pesticide Safety Directorate, where the whole group of Slovenian scientists, who later become regulators, if you want, we were guided through the procedures and taught on one-to-one basis. And that was extremely valuable, and I'm still in touch with my 2 personal tutors, although they have moved now from the British Pesticide Safety Directorate to different levels, to WHO, International Programme on Chemical Safety, but those contacts stayed, and if I need an advice, I know I can always ask them. And the second one was a study visit to the German BFR, which excited me so much that I thought, oh, we need to form a risk assessment unit in Slovenia. So perhaps that will come one day, which I think would be of benefit, because it would bring together the expertise, is the communication, which is sometimes difficult, although I said we all know each other. So I would see this as a possibility. So if the smaller countries can be invited and taught for a period of time at these big institutions with lots of expertise, that is really, really, really valuable. And if that can be somehow encouraged either through EFSA or RARA, I think would create better knowledge, better communication, better relationship between the scientific and regulatory community. So that's what I have to tell from my small nation perspective.
Thank you very, very much for that very concrete suggestion of some mentoring. Thank you, Lucia. Please feel free to take a seat. Yes. Thank you. So that was alignment, and we got the very personal view of Lucia there about what would be useful to a small country like Slovenia. Let's move back to Objective 1 on policy and the food safety research community supporting this transition to the SDGs and the EU Green Deal. Pamela, please, your closing remarks on this.
So thanks very much, Claire, and thanks to Slovenia, from one small country to another, maybe slightly larger, but still small country. I think there's opportunities and shared learnings for us all in this, but equally that idea of getting access and engaging with bigger countries is really important. Maybe I might slightly deviate and not just focus primarily on that Objective 1, but I suppose just maybe reflecting back on Bernard's opening statements this morning, where he outlined the objectives of today's event. And they were, just to remind, it was around networking, it was around fostering alignment, and we've just heard a perfect example of how we could do that better, and building greater understanding. So I believe, and I hope you agree, that we've made progress in all three objectives through the discussion today. We have, I'm sure you have, I know I have, reconnected with colleagues I haven't seen for a number of years. I've met new people working in the area of risk assessment, and I'm sure you have also. But importantly, I believe we've seen, networking in action between policymakers and the research community, but I think much more of this is absolutely required. I think it's clear from our discussions today, more engagement, more sharing, more exchange of information, but networking was something that was brought out even in the networks that EFSA has in place, and indeed other networks as well. We've learned an awful lot today about how we should align, or the fact that why we need to align. I think that was very clearly brought out from the ERA-Learn presentation. I think it's clear to everybody that there's a real need for alignment if we're to tackle these significant issues. But how you do that is not as easy as we would like it to be. But I suppose really from my point of view, I'd like to re-emphasize, and sometimes we talk a little bit too much about the negatives and how hard things are, but I think we need to remind ourselves of what are the values that really arise and what value arises from working in partnership with others. We can leverage resources, so we know resources are constrained, therefore working together we can leverage the resources of one another. We can access expertise that doesn't exist in our own country but maybe in another, and we can share that expertise as well, and there are mechanisms to do that. We can share and exchange information, but we know we need to do more about this, but I think we have the platforms through which we can share the information. We just need to figure out how to put that information in and make sure that we're communicating it. And I think we've also got the ability to identify challenges, but I go back to my comments in relation to problems, definition. We probably need to spend some more time thinking about and defining the problem at the outset so that we can move faster through solving that particular problem into the future. Because I do think the challenges we have are problems that we've never encountered before, and we really need to think carefully about these. So I hope you all agree with my reflections in relation to those two objectives, but I'd like to spend a few moments really reflecting a little bit more deeply on that, the final objective around building greater understanding. And it's here that I believe that we've really started to appreciate and better understand the context within which we are now working and will have to operate and navigate our way through in the future. It's clear, though, that we've lots of work to do and lots of interesting conversations and discussions and engagements to be had. But I hope you have also come away from the discussions with a greater understanding, and indeed that you're convinced that we really do need to work in a different way. This morning it was said that there's a danger that we might freeze in the face of complexity, and I think it was a very good phrase and really kind of was stark in my mind, because I don't think we can freeze, and that was the call out. So I think rather than thinking about the complexity and becoming overwhelmed and freezing in front of it, let's not freeze, but rather commit to partnering and working together to identify the possible solutions to these challenges. Inaction, while it might be an easy choice, it's not the right choice, and we all know that. And I quote Karen Fabry this morning when she said, "Without fixing our food systems, we cannot fix climate, we cannot fix health, and we cannot fix the environment." These are big, big challenges, and our food system is at the centre role of all of this, and I think it's incumbent on all of us here in this room, and indeed others, that we engage in to work hard to fix the food systems so that we can address those climate issues, the health issues, and the environmental challenges. There are three things that I would say that we probably need to do differently. There are many things, but I mean, I suppose maybe just to focus on three. One is in the area of risk analysis. We probably need to consider the classical risk analysis framework for food safety in the context of this food system transformation to a system that's more sustainable from an economic, a social, and environmental point of view. There are many more things that we have to start to think about, and how do we risk assess those within the context of our classical risk assessment frameworks. And of course, this is part of the question that's been asked by the European Commission as it develops its mechanisms to look at that kind of sustainability framework. I'd also say that we need to look at the sustainability of the governance structures that we have in place nationally and internationally, because working in the same way that we've always done is no longer really fit for purpose if we're to tackle the challenges. And I specifically refer back to my example around that food information to consumer legislation. The institutions may be focused on the right things, but collectively I think we can do more together. But that said, we may need to look at our institutional and the governance of those structures to see if we can optimize what we can get from them. I think the efforts that are being made on the one substance, one risk assessment is a perfect example of working in a different way. So we can do it. It's hard, there's no doubt about that, but it does require effort, it does require time to engage with people and to work with people to identify how we can move forward. I think One Health also provides that construct for us to work within, but we really do need to shift our mindset, as we heard this morning as well. In relation to working in a different way, I think, we've obviously, through the conversations we've had today around research and innovation, there are many supports available, but the landscape is complex. Not alone is it complex just for the research community to navigate, it's also very challenging for regulators. But it's clear, as regulators, we need to access science to do our work in the context of the risk analysis framework, and especially in the context of risk assessment. There's also a huge demand for robust science for policy, but we struggle in how we translate the science for use by policymakers, and indeed vice versa. Policymakers need to communicate what they need from science, and the appropriate funding platforms are put in place then to support that research. And the final point that I'd like to make in the context of working in a different way is really coming back to this idea of working as a system. We are used to, as I said earlier on, working in silos. I think somebody said this morning that our performance is not measured on the basis of collaboration. But we all know and we recognize, and indeed every conference that I've been to, every conversation I've been involved in, collaboration is being called out as the single most important activity that we need to do in order to address the challenges of the future. But we all know and recognize that we need to collaborate at a national, regional, European and international level. It does take effort, it does take energy, and it does take resources. So for us to be asked to collaborate, there needs to be a recognition that that does require us to have additional capacity in order for us to be able to do this. So I think we need to ask ourselves, is there a way in which we can organize ourselves better so that we are fit for purpose, or maybe we should say that we're fit for the future and really set ourselves up to be successful. I hope you've enjoyed the event today from a small member state within the European Union. We have in Ireland worked in a very different way to try and tackle some of the challenges. We haven't solved all of the problems, but I think it just demonstrates that when you really have an ambitious goal, and Ireland has an ambitious goal to be a world leader in sustainable food systems by 2030, if there is a North Star and there is a direction of travel and everybody is pointing towards that purpose, then I think there's a really, we can all navigate our way through that. And I think we really truly can be successful. Today has been really about opening up that dialogue and building on that dialogue from the last RARA event in 2018. which seems like a very long time ago. A lot has happened, but there's an awful lot more to do. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There we are. Thinking differently, working differently. Let's go to that assembly objective of networking that Pamela mentioned, but the floor is yours on this one, Carlos.
Thank you very much. And I suppose a little like Pam, I also try to, what do I take home today? What's the message I take home? And just a few reflections to start. I mean, some of us had the possibility to join in the Netherlands a few years ago. Some familiar faces, but a lot has changed. For the good reasons, for the bad reasons, but it's changing, and it will continue to change. And one good example I would like to highlight, One Health came to the table. Expected. It's popular. But here, as a sort of a little on the philosophical point of view, I would say to all of us, sometimes we spend a lot of time trying to conceptualize, how we're going to do One Health. What is the perfect One Health system? Don't worry. You've been doing it for 7 hours now, because there are different countries here. There are risk assessors, risk managers, risk communicators. There are toxicologists, there are vets. There the variety of ideas, of opinions, of backgrounds, of cultural aspects. This is One Health, We are a little too focused always on trying to find the animal, the environment, and the pathogen. Sure, we all know the diagram. But risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication is also a Venn diagram. People, politics, politicians like we had, the Commission this morning, and the funding agencies is also a Venn diagram. So sometimes let's put the bar a little closer so that we can step by step keep going on. Of course, we heard this morning, I thought it was interesting to see now, without fixing food systems, we won't fix the climate, we won't fix the economy, we won't fix health, we won't fix the planet. Considering that food systems need food safety, I was like, wow, I have a big job in my new institution. We are right on the middle of it. And this takes me to the I have a big job. Because I includes you, and we have a big job. And this is perhaps also one of the messages that I take home from RARA, My data, your data, my assessment, your assessment. We're here because we believe in a common dream for a space that we share, for cultural values, but also for a desire to make a change. And that, I think, is also important that we bring this message home, that the change starts in each of us. And yes, I represent an agency, like Bernard Uhl also mentioned, is the bridge between science and policy. Everyone is busy in being in the Guinness Book of Records. I'd like to be a very tiny little bridge, I confess. It would mean that we would be doing our job perfectly, approaching these two worlds, because they need to be close together. But then I would say that I'm here on this side, but in front of me, I have 27 member states plus 2 members, plus Norway and Iceland, plus observers. I have a research community that is the science engine of Europe. But I also have 800 million euros that in the next 7 months, the Commission is going to distribute over you to do science in food safety, food security, sustainable food systems, circular economy. The power that lies in our hands to shape this future is huge. And you were mentioning that we will see new changes, and we are in the middle of a big regulatory and legislative frameworks that are going to be put in place. They will open new doors. And I think one of the messages we took home also here today is that we need to be a little more proactive. If science is going to close the gaps of regulatory science, we need to be there from the beginning to help, to drive the policymakers to put the money where it's needed, so that then our scientists can do the science that is needed, so that then we can provide the assessment, the advice that it's needed. This will not work as long as one of these bricks is not in place. So here is also the collective possibility we have together. But perhaps the final element is that for all this to work, we need money. We've covered that in number 2. We need to prioritize. In number 3, we need to network. But we need to build this we. And I would highlight a few words I usually tell to some of my students when I explain to them what One Health is. One Health is trust. One Health is transparency and ethics. One else is education, which is one of the elements I brought here today as well to the discussion. One health is this common vision, but common vision then means co-ownership, co-responsibility, and if it doesn't work, co-blaming, because that's the part where everything falls apart. But this will get us there. And I'm very happy to have also had the opportunity to see not just colleagues, but for example, we had Eurofor alumni here. Yesterday I was mentioning to them, you know, they are the little minions of food safety, because they're going throughout Europe, you know, relentless, full of energy, thinking differently to make it work differently. This will make the work easier. My last point is, what do I take home to my organization? Definitely the message that we need to be even more closely tuned, fine-tuned with those of you that are doing science, but also those of you that can help us do our job. Because it is indeed a colossal information, knowledge is going very quick. We need to keep up with that, technologically, data, artificial intelligence. This job, which is key to EFSA, will in the future need more and more all of you. So I really hope that if you have came thinking about what you have learned, you will go home thinking of what we can do. Thank you very much.
There we are, the easiest equation ever, I plus you equals we. Yes, I get that one. Thank you very, very much. As you say, you've come a long way. There's an exciting future, and I think it's up to Stefan Bronsver now, who's going to go to the lectern and say what the next steps are.
Yesterday, or it feels like yesterday when I was a boy, and I first heard about Berlin being built a wall to separate people so that neighbors could not visit each other anymore. I remember still today the disbelief. And isn't it great that today we spoke about partnership, cooperation. We spoke a lot about European partnership. What I take home is a journey. We're on a journey together. We didn't solve everything, obviously, today. We did a lot since the first RARA. I've learned a lot today. I think we have some work to do ahead of us, and I feel that we're not alone. I feel accompanied by you, and I hope you share that feeling. I, in fact, will present a very few slides to thank people as well. And before I do that, I tell you a bit about the follow-up actions, which I'll also communicate as usually through Twitter. In fact, I'll share all the public information that comes out of this RARA. Next slide, please, which I can do. Yes, indeed. So obviously, we will share as soon as possible the materials, the outcomes of today. Already, what is available to you on the web is the statement, the advisory form statement that was adopted yesterday, which you will find on the RARA website. Soon, very soon, you will receive a satisfaction survey, and it's not only about how pleased you were and the food and all good stuff that we obviously want to improve on for the next time, but importantly, and I would ask your attention, in fact, to think a bit what your suggestions for follow-up are, which we will then analyze, obviously, and think how we can add that to the full picture. So take a bit of time, maybe actually you will also discuss now over the beer and the coffee and the drinks and whatever we will offer you in the next agenda item, to maybe exchange, okay, what would be useful as next steps. Obviously, we'll bring all the information together in the summary document. When you registered, we asked who would agree to be on a mailing list so we can communicate with you also in the future, because as said, it's a journey together. We will communicate, obviously, the PowerPoint presentations. You've noticed there were few. Luckily, I liked it. Few, but we will communicate those, obviously. And also, we plan to publish the main findings in a scientific article to keep the dialogue also, obviously, with our scientific community. Other follow-up, already mentioned by different presenters today. First of all, public consultations. There's a number of them, and I would like to thank especially the Food Safety for You, Veronica Latancia, to actually extend the deadline for input into their SRIA. They're doing a consultation and they extended it for us. So you will find the link here, which again will be communicated soon as well to you, with the deadline of the 21st of December. Another one that has been mentioned already is on the sustainable food systems, which is open until the 21st of December. And the third one is actually the biggest public consultation ever held on the past, present and future of the European Research and Environment programs. And that's actually asking for input in the ex-post evaluation of H2020, the midterm evaluation of the Horizon Europe, and on the strategic work plan for 25-27. Again, the link is there. So we have some opportunity to provide our input through that. Also mentioned the info days. There's a number actually coming up already next week. So the first one is the 12th of December, the info day on the WIDERA work program, which was mentioned also by Effie in her presentation, which I think is a very good example of thinking outside the box. It's not only about food safety calls that we need and can apply to. There's a lot of other instruments that if we take that angle actually could provide opportunities also to get support, financial support. Also, EFSA will organize an info session online next week on the 13th on our funding opportunities in 2023. And also already mentioned by Karen Fabry, next week there will be also the Cluster 6 Info Day of Horizon Europe. So from our side, we will disseminate the outcomes of the RARA as mentioned. We ask also you to be ambassadors of continuing this message that we are a community traveling together. We will continue with EFSA funding. We will continue to keep our EFSA research platform updated, and suggestions, comments always welcome. And I was very pleased to see the focal points reaching out to you. So you've met the focal points. Please follow them. Finally, words of thanks. First of all, the RARA Program Committee. It's been a remarkable journey of 3 years because of COVID. And it was, I won't read out the names, but it's been a remarkable journey also because obviously, like everybody else, we went online. We've met a couple of times in the beginning. Since then, all Zoom. We meet here for the first time again physically, so really good. We've lost some RARA Program Committee member, Marta Hogas, and also Anna Canals. Anna Canals came back as a speaker, so she found her way. So I would like to thank also all the speakers and the moderators and the rapporteurs and the panelists, and a special welcome, thank you to Claire Doel, who did a marvelous job, I find, in the different sessions to bring it all together. Thank you, Claire.
Under your guidance, Stefan, under your guidance.
And maybe a bit more behind the scenes, the organizing team, and as well the staff here of the Axica. Very much thank you. And also the Pumilio Bloom, who made it all possible. And then lastly, very importantly, the different networks, the advisory forum, the focal point already mentioned, and very importantly, EU Fora, you are the future. Thank you. Enjoy the aperitivo, which will take place now there, and safe travel back home. Bye.
Indeed. You have a networking cocktail, so there must be an awful lot of alcohol because they're allowing 2 hours for that. So please start now. Thank you very much.